again. Our next guest is a champion of Canada's automotive industry. I know you're thinking cars, but this man is behind a Canadian-built electric moonshot of a car. Flavio Volpe leads the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, APMA, which is Canada's national association representing original equipment suppliers to the worldwide automotive industry. Please join me in welcoming Flavio to the stage. Welcome.
This is the first time that the public is able to see what Avro's big new supersonic interceptor really looks like.
Hello, and thanks for having me. It's always great to follow the special effects guy. It's a little bit like singing after Taylor Swift. Today, I was asked last year to speak at the Campus Party global digital event about our industry's response to the COVID pandemic. What can car people do in the face of a global pandemic that shut the world down? Well, we stepped up to make things like the masks you're all wearing, face shields, ventilators, gowns, everything else that everybody needed to kind of beat back the pandemic. But what we were working on in the background is, like our host said, a moonshot. I represent 300 companies that make parts for cars that are made in North America and all over the world. In Canada, that means Fords, General Motors, Chryslers, Toyotas, Hondas, but really we ship parts everywhere. We're making parts for Teslas in Stratford. We're making systems for Rivians and Ferraris in Montreal and Quebec. We are working with artificial intelligence leaders in Toronto for Uber and machine learning leaders for Honda here in Montreal. We make every single part of every single system in every single car in the world, and we don't have a Canadian automaker. And as we all grow into a world where we are conscious of climate and our responsibilities within it, how do car people help contribute to a greener future? We spent a few years, 2017, 18, 19, negotiating with the crazy president of the United States on a new NAFTA. And we were at the forefront of that. And within that, what we did was negotiate new rules on how much of an electric vehicle or a zero-emission vehicle should come from North America. I knew intrinsically that north of here and in Northern Ontario, we have the world's biggest deposits of resources like lithium and cobalt and graphite, and all those things are going to drive electric vehicles, battery manufacturing. We got invited by the Prime Minister to his throne speech in 2019, and he said, "I challenge you all to envision a Canada that is a zero emissions Canada in 2050, and go back to your own industries and see what you could do before that." Came back to the office and we said, all these companies, these technology companies, these metal stampers, these plastic melters, these tool makers, we have been demonstrating technology to automakers all over the world to go on their connected autonomous vehicles, but we don't have a Canadian automaker. And how do you get to a table if you don't have a ticket to that dinner to talk about what the future of zero-emission transport looks like if you are not in the game? So we decided in that moment that we were going to launch Canada's first ever 100% Canadian designed, engineered, and supplied zero emissions vehicle. I've got a second video, maybe it's queued up here. I give you a look at what we came up with. We set a challenge to the industry and to Canada at large. We said, let's do a Team Canada project. Yes, we make cars in Ontario, but we make all kinds of new technology across the country. And we thought that if we're going to create a platform that is a lighthouse for Canada to be able to take its place at the climate change table in the transportation sector, we wanted to ask the next generation. We set up a design competition in January of 2020. We launched it at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, and we said, we're inviting post-secondary students across this country, the students, not the schools, to participate in a design competition. We gave them a brief. We said the fastest growing segment in the market is CUVs. It is also the biggest contributor and growing contributor to what we think is the carbon footprint of the transportation fleet in this country and around the world. We said we wanted designs that evoked Canada, and we gave them a brief, and we gave them a design jury that was headed by the lead designer for Fiat Chrysler, a gentleman named Ralph Giles, who was born in Haiti, grew up in Montreal, sent some designs as a high school student, had his mother send designs to Chrysler, who immediately called him to Auburn Hills as a teenager and enrolled him in a great engineering and automotive school in Michigan upon graduation. And his first big work was the redesign of the Dodge Challenger and Charger and Chrysler 300 that gets built in Brampton, Ontario. A great Canadian story, both in demographic and in approach, but also someone who we think can have a nice view of, boy, the projects that have hit for me are the world's fastest cars, but probably the world's biggest carbon footprint. And asked him to anchor a design jury that had 26 submissions from across the country, everywhere from the Wilson School of Design in Richmond, BC, out to Dalhousie University. We narrowed that down to 9. We had a short list of 3, and the winning design was a group of industrial engineering students in Carleton. We launched an RFP, and we said I represent 200 or so companies. We said, who wants to come on this tour with us? Who wants to build a car with us? And at the time that we launched it, we had 93 companies signed up. I was hoping for 150. I said publicly we'd like to get to 200. That video said 300. Well, that video is dated by a couple of months. We have 438 companies from across the country that are in everything from design and special effects, like Jordan before us, right down to battery manufacturing. We're building a car. And the province of Quebec and the province of Ontario and the federal government have partnered with us. This car, we're making one car to demonstrate to the world that we can do every single component in Canada. But there's a lot of interest in maybe making that car a second car and a company that makes cars or makes the platforms or makes some of the intelligent design, the intelligent infrastructure systems that are going to guide the new world. Campus Party asked me to come here to talk about Project Aero. I think that was just the premise. I want to talk about our real electric future. 3 years ago, as I was trying to get Japanese investment, more Japanese investment in Canada, I went to see a company called Aishin in Hiroshima. And after I visited the Peace Dome, they took me to their museum, and in the Aishin Museum, was a 1912 Detroit electric vehicle. And it was the #1 vehicle by volume in the taxi business in New York in 1912. I said, well, why is it here? Well, the batteries from that vehicle came from Hiroshima, from Aishin. And it focused for me that electric vehicle technology is not new. It is a decision that we made as a planet in the developing countries on what's the cheapest way to get people around. In the teens and the 20s, we decided that the energy packed into 1 gallon of gasoline was going to be more expensive and more reliable than acid batteries that American companies imported from Japan. And so we went this way. Well, for us to come back here, I think it's pretty easy. I think we all understand that electric vehicles and the way that the difference between an engine and a motor is that we're taking one thing that is a bunch of controlled explosions inside a cast metal, and we're replacing it with an electromagnet that spins. There's hundreds of parts, there's dozens of parts. We're taking a 10-speed transmission and we have a 1-speed e-gear. We have a battery. You know, for those of you who drove here or took public transit here or have a car, you have a 12-volt battery. You turn a key or you press a button, it starts a 40-volt system. That 40-volt system powers your phone, your radio, your windows. But in a 100-kilowatt Tesla Model S, that battery, that you press that button, powers 800 volts. What is the future of transportation? We like to use the term electric vehicle, and if I read this morning that a company, a pickup truck company, an electric pickup truck company called Rivian, that was invested in heavily by Ford and by Amazon, is about to go public, and their target IPO is $70 billion of market cap. What does that mean? How does that compare? Well, that's as big a market cap as Ford. That's as big a market cap as General Motors. They haven't delivered cars yet. Tesla's market cap is $1.2 billion. They make 5% the amount of vehicles annually as Volkswagen Group. Why are they valued at 1.2 trillion? Sorry. It's because they've captured for the investment community the imagination of what's possible. What's possible in transportation once we electrify? For me, it's not about the batteries. For me, it's not about the powertrain. We're going to build a car to demonstrate that. But within it, that vehicle goes from 40 volts to 800 volts. 800 volts, so you can imagine the type of technology that 800 volts is, can platform. So the Prime Minister, once he challenged us to do this, we did it. A couple of months ago before the election said, look, how do you feel about us saying by 2035 we want to mandate 100% zero-emission vehicles? And I said, you shouldn't be talking to the car guys. For us, we'll engineer to whatever specs anybody wants. Should be talking to the energy people. We should be talking to the grid distributors. We should be talking to people who set building codes. If we all plugged in electric vehicles today, we'd blow the transformer across the street. We'd overload the transmission station down the street. We've got a lot of work to do before we get there. I said, you need to talk to the mining people. Someone's got to get the lithium out of the ground. You're going to talk to the banking people. Someone's got to do that. Someone's got to pay for that and expect a return. In Canada, we have North America's biggest and one of the world's biggest resources of all the raw materials and the rare earths that are going to be required to make these batteries. Just as important, in Toronto, we have, in 2021, the Global Center of Artificial Intelligence. And in Montreal, we have the Global Center of Machine Learning. We have the second biggest IT cluster in North America in the Kitchener-Waterloo area, only after Silicon Valley, and we make more cars and parts than Michigan. We've got all the elements to make it work. What does that future look like? Why should it matter to people like you? And where can Canada play? Well, I took some auto people who make seats and make bumpers and make roof liners, and I took them to the Perimeter Institute in Kitchener-Waterloo, and we sat with some theoretical physicists, and one of them said to us, Do you understand the concept of quantum imaging? You know, you saw this great presentation by Jordan on special effects. It's great what the imagination can do with CGI and present to you on a screen. Can you imagine now that I can display to you an opaque image and put it up between us where you can't see me and I can't see you, but it's something I'm projecting that isn't actually there? He said, well, that technology exists. And I said, now if you think about it in terms of the transportation grid and a zero-emission transportation grid and a promise made by General Motors, said, we will deliver on zero emissions, but we promise you zero collisions. How does the world change? Well, if you've got an 800-volt platform, you're now platforming cameras, sensors, LiDAR. Great LiDAR company. Keep your ears open for a company called LeddarTech out of Quebec City with offices here in Montreal. They're going to be the world leaders in LiDAR. We're going to be able to guarantee that vehicles don't hit each other, they don't hit pedestrians, they can avoid hazards in the street, and they can work with an intelligent transportation system so that not only are they connected and autonomous, not only are they able to turn inward to the driver and the passengers of the vehicle as a caregiver, we can guarantee that the safety systems of the past that have to be built into a vehicle, the crumple zones, the bumpers, the design of the front and the back, are all going to change. Because if they don't touch each other, then we won't need all that steel and all that aluminum and all that plastic. And your vehicle shrinks closer and closer, the core product, to the transportation pod that you sit in. And in that transportation pod, if you layer on that quantum imaging, you can make that look like anything you want it to look like. You know, today we have automotive designers who are designing vehicles for different segment levels, a $25,000 vehicle, 40, 60, SUVs, sports cars. You know, I saw a report yesterday where we're talking about customer attitudes with vehicles, and people with the means, when they buy vehicles, they say the vehicle is the avatar that I choose to show people who I am. Well, wouldn't it be amazing if we used some of Jordan's work to project your avatar, designed for you, custom designed for you, from your vehicle using quantum imaging, while you sit in a vehicle that, you know, the passengers face each other, they spin. The vehicle arrives when you need it to arrive, and then when it's done with you, it goes to somebody else. A vehicle that is zero emissions, a vehicle that charges not by plugging in, but by induction charging, that we build into the charging infrastructure, into the regular infrastructure in the world. Pull up to a light, and your vehicle's getting charged. Sounds a little bit science fiction, but it isn't. That technology exists today. The question is, can we deploy it profitably? Can municipalities and provinces and states and countries afford it? We're banking through Project Arrow that not only can they afford it, they'll have no choice but to do things like that. And 2035 is 2 automotive generations away. What are our hopes on this project? What are our hopes for this country? We have maybe the most kilometers of road per capita on the planet. We have, in the G7, the biggest stretch of climate extremes from July in Toronto at 35 degrees Celsius and 100% humidity to minus 50 and alert. You know, those of you who live in Montreal, I think you probably define the spectrum of climate changes here. We need flexible vehicles, and we have vehicles that rely very much so on their systems to cool and to heat them. We have roads that crumble. I love Montreal, but I don't love driving on Montreal roads. They crumble because you go from freeze to heat, and where we are on asphalt and concrete technology is where we are. With Project Arrow, we're trying to demonstrate not just the vehicle itself. That's easy. You know, we all had electric vehicle toys. We all have fans in our rooms. Those motors are made dime a dozen. This is a technology platform. This is a lighthouse. This is a project in which we hope that Canada can explain to the world that it can play on those no collision environments, on that quantum imaging, that connected technology that then allows for you, if you can imagine, you have an autonomous vehicle, a vehicle that stretches the spectrum of the amount of time in your driving career you can drive. Right now we say 16-year-olds can go get their learner's permit. In a year, we will then permit them to drive fully licensed on the road, and then when they get to 80 years old, we're going to test their sight, we're going to test their abilities. We're also going to control for whether you have any chronic conditions, whether you are just coming out of a health emergency where we might take your license from you. In a vehicle like this, in the vehicles that we're all going to drive in the future, in vehicles that Canadian technology plays very well on, we will be building into the Aero a vehicle as a caregiver posture. If you're driving and it's sensing your vitals going into a place that require a little bit of care, can redirect where you're going, change the climate within the vehicle. Intelligent seats, some of you have been in vehicles that are massage seats. You can program anything you want into those seats. It can call ahead. It can extend your driving life if you start to become, if you have chronic cardiac conditions or if you have vision conditions. And frankly, it'll stretch it for everybody. It'll stretch our ability to share those vehicles, but stretch how we behave in them. The vehicle itself, right now, so we've got our design and we're working on the renderings, and we were able to convince the chief engineer of Aston Martin to leave his job full-time to be our chief engineer. And so if you go and watch the new Bond film and you open that first scene and you see the Aston Martin DB5 in those chases, well, Fraser just finished doing those DB5s on BMW platforms, left that job, left a job where he built the world's most advanced internal combustion engine supercar, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. And now you can come and see him in Oshawa at Ontario Tech University, working with our friends down in Windsor Essex VR Cave to bring to life the Aero. A real car with a real deadline, with real milestones, is not the way the current auto market is launching new vehicles. We're doing it with images, we're doing it with PowerPoints, and we're going out and doing capital raises. What we've decided to do was, we're going to source this entire vehicle from Canada, in Canada, with Canadian talent. Under Fraser's tutelage, we also recruited the chief technology officer, former chief technology officer of McLaren Automobiles, to come in and oversee how we lightweight the vehicle. We've got industry experts on this, and a vehicle that is going to be delivered 1 year from now, and we'll do an unveiling event in Canada before we bring it to the Consumer Electronics Show. You'll be able to sit in it, you'll be able to drive it, it'll drive itself, it'll show you what we can do in Canada. And we think that for the 2025 model year and the 2026 model year, there is enough capital interest that someone is going to take this over the line. I run a trade association. We're industry advocates. We're a not-for-profit. I'm not going to raise the $1 billion required to make a car company, but there is $1 billion worth of interest in this. Who are the players that we'd like to be involved here? Well, we certainly would like the federal government to be involved here, and not from a function of please capitalize our investment. We've got private money, that's not an issue. It's let's take this project that we shamelessly borrowed the branding from the Avro Aero and show the world that we can and we will support local talent and local technology and local content, and demonstrate that Canada can, even though we only own 2% of the global market, be a leader in the transportation sector. In 1954, the federal government, through the Department of National Defense, said, look, the biggest threat that we have in the Cold War is the Russian bombers coming over top of Canada to bomb the Americans. And with a clean sheet, we want you to come up with the fastest, highest flying bomber interceptors that you can find. Come back to us with the engineering designs, we'll worry about the price after. In this country, a company called Avro came up with the Aero, which you saw, of course, in my intro video, and it is the nod for the inspiration of this project. I've been asked numerous times, why would you pick an airplane project, a fighter jet project, that met an ignominiable end when the Canadian government decided to cancel it and then chop up all the technology and fire 30,000 people in one day? Well, on the day that they fired it, NASA called the engineering department and hired 20 engineers from Canada that moved down to Langley, Virginia, that put Americans in space in the Mercury programs and put Americans on the moon in the Apollo program. They called the Orenda engine engineers and the Delta Wing engineers and said, we have a project a top secret project in the UK about a supersonic passenger airplane. And so Avro Aero engineers went on to build the Concorde. What we did as a country when we had a clean sheet before that sheet was yanked from us was extraordinary. We built the highest flying jet on the planet, twice as high as the Russian MiGs, and that flew in its test flights with its test engine twice as fast as those MiGs or anything the Americans had, with a second generation going to fly 5 times as fast. Those engineers deserve a legacy that is a tribute from the transportation sector and automotive. The Aero is a clean sheet. What we've said to people is, bring us your best. We'll fund it. Bring us your best technology. Bring us your best batteries. Bring us your best drivetrain technology. Bring us your best intelligence systems. Show us how you would set up an interior of a vehicle that doesn't collide with anything. Show us how you would design a vehicle or you would supply a vehicle that is equipped with artificial intelligence and machine learning. With all the cameras and sensors on this vehicle, with all the cameras and sensors going on intelligent infrastructure on a go-forward basis, these vehicles are going to generate terabytes of data. The winners in the automotive space, the winners in a zero-emission and zero-collision environment, are going to be the ones that can use the system or the systems within the vehicles themselves to crunch all that data in real time and make it actionable. Bring us your best skunkwork technology. Show me what you can't sell to Ford and bring it to the Aero. Just make sure that it's Canadian. Bring me your best battery technologies. There's a battery technology player here called Volta Explore, which is a joint venture of a Quebec company called Nano Explore that is bringing us graphene-enhanced lithium batteries. For those of you who follow that space, of course, Tesla has the best range currently for batteries in a vehicle, 550 miles or so. And some of their competitors like Lucid has said, well, we think we've beat that by 100 miles. Well, we're going to try to do something a little better than that. We're going to try to do something with this Quebec company, but also we have some solid-state battery options that may bring us into the 1,000-kilometer range. One of the companies that came forward in this project, and is why we call this project the Lighthouse, and what makes it exciting for me from a climate change perspective, is a company called Summit Nanotech in Fort McMurray, Edmonton, and Calgary, using nanotechnology to extract salt and brine from the brine water from oil and gas extraction and to turn it into lithium, usable lithium cells. If it works and is scalable, it'll have an application in automotive. But it is also a window into one of the things that we need to do in this country, which is to not ignore the natural resource, oil and energy, infrastructure, and industries of the West that have contributed to all the things that we want to do in Central Canada and Eastern Canada, which will be orphaned through this zero-emission vehicle environment. As we get to the unveiling of this vehicle next year, as we get to potentially the production and the launching of Canada's first automobile company since the 1920s and 1930s, we need to plan for Canada in 2035. And one of the things that the Aero has done is brought 430 companies in there and brought all 3 levels of government from every province and territory in this country to a table, a Canadian automotive partnership table. Labor's there, Academia is there, and we are actively discussing and planning and looking forward to how do we get there with all the partners intact. When you leave here or on your way here, if you were driving, you may have stopped at a gas station. All of those assets will be stranded in the 2030s and the 2040s. We have a background in real estate development. If you are trying to, if you're buy a piece of property for redevelopment, for use for residential use, the last place that you want to use is a gas station, under which the ground has been contaminated over the last 40, 50 years. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could then partner with Esso and Shell and Petrocan and all the other gas station suppliers to be the place where we all go and charge our vehicles? Let me bring this to a summary and tell you about where we are going to be next, and maybe next year we come back here with this vehicle. We are starting at the actual build phase, and if you go to projectaero.ca, you will start to see in January, February, March, all of the major components start to come into place. We will be announcing who our supply partners are. We're fully financed. This vehicle has just execution risk, has no financial risk. We will, in July and August and September of next year, start to tour our virtual experience tour, where you can put on the VR goggles and we'll put you in the vehicle and take you around. And sometime in November and December next year, we'll have a car. And that car will be out on Canadian roads first. We're going to show everybody what we can do here in Canada. And then we're going to take it to the biggest consumer electronics show on the planet, CES in Las Vegas, where we have demonstrated technology, award-winning technology, for the last 7 years. And it'll go on a global tour. And hopefully, it will inspire some of the discussions about Canada's place in this world, Canada's place in transportation, Canada's place in climate change, and what technology from cities like this can do to help the world switch over to a zero carbon footprint and a zero emissions footprint and a zero collision footprint in the future for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know, do you have a few minutes to spend
Please.
taking some questions from the audience?
Sure. Do you have a mic there?
Yes.
Sure.
I invite you to come and see it. It seems like we already have 2 or 3 questions here, so obviously this struck a chord.
Thank you.
So, first question. I'm about to change and buy a new car, and a friend told me to get a non-electric one as it might be my last chance. Are we really moving that fast?
Yes. Yes. Actually, I just bought a car right now, and it's a non-electric one, and I said that this will be my last one.
Okay.
And all the countries in the world, the major countries in the world, the major markets, Japan, US, China, Europe, Canada, have all said that they will go to zero-emission vehicle full mandates in the 2030s, but we also have a roadmap that by 2025 and 2030, this is what those percentages will look like. All the car companies in the world are falling over themselves to make electric vehicles.
Right.
General Motors said, we're going to make all electric vehicles by 2030. Well, Ford said, we'll do it too. Jaguar said, we'll do it by 2025. And as a former owner of a Jaguar, I'm glad they're doing something to make sure they start.
Right. Okay. It's a competitive space for sure. I have another question here that's asking about the talent bottlenecks in this process. It sounds like you have a lot of talent around the table, but are there any challenges that you're experiencing in skills that need to be developed or anything of that nature?
It's a very competitive world, and when you have an audience that watches the Jordan's presentation on FX, you sit there and you say, look, I've got the skill set for FX. Am I going to go into FX or am I going to go into automotive design? And so we've got to make products and projects and processes that are interesting for talented individuals like that. And we're hoping that Project Aero for car geeks is inspiring, and certainly the door is open.
Great. This other question from the audience is, do you expect governments to give more incentives for people to switch into electric-powered vehicles?
We're seeing governments around the world do that. Here in Quebec, there's obviously a very healthy one.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of them. But the peril in those incentives is twofold. Number one, look, when the market is 3%, currently 3% of buyers buy electric vehicles, and you want to push it to 4, 5, 6%, that might cost a government, a region, $100 million.
Oh.
That's fine. I think we have it. We can go with it. But if your target is 100%, then we're into the tens of billions of dollars. So is that tens of billions of dollars better deployed into the technology, supporting those jobs, creating those jobs, inspiring young people to be in it? I think that there are probably better uses after we get past that first 5-10%.
Okay, you touched on something that I wanted to talk about in terms of getting young people into these jobs. I think maybe some people in the audience were a little surprised, to see someone from the auto industry. You don't think automatically auto and tech, but where can they get into this space, and why is it important for them to think about this space in terms of having a fulfilling career?
That's really the biggest challenge in our industry. I'm starting to become an old man. My daughter's in the audience here studying in McGill, and the guy in the mirror looks older than the guy inside.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out, her younger brother is 16, and 5-6 months he doesn't have his driver's license.
Right.
I would have camped out at the transportation office. In the past, you'd get into a vehicle because it was your freedom. You can go see your friends, you can go see places. Today, we're all on these $1,000 devices that connect us to the world at all times. So how do we interest people?
Right.
We need to interest them in technology, but I think that young people see the automotive sector and they think factories, dark lit factories, and old men. And the reality is that, when we did this competition, we could have hired any design studio in the world. We're partners with Pininfarina, which is Ferrari's designer of 90 years, and they're going to help us do a micro-mobility piece. But what we thought was important was we wanted design submissions from students.
Right.
And our 7 finalists, there were 3 young women and 4 young men who were industrial designers who didn't sign up for an automotive program, who said, oh, this is kind of cool, I'll design a car. And at some point, I should release all 26 submissions because it looked amazing, and I thought it was inspiring.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the message is that, there are opportunities in this space, even if you don't think about them right away when you're taking IT or you're in school, but they are out there.
If you think about that going from 40 volts to 800 volts, anything electronically powered that you think can be passenger-facing or road-facing, those are going to be incredible jobs. Our challenge will be that it's very difficult to put it in real terms for someone who's 18, 19, 20 and say, look, you can make $100,000 in this space in your second, third year if you find the right place. Because, we in this industry is very weighted in old men. I'm getting there, so I can say it and I can see it. And I don't know that we speak the language of the people we need to recruit.
Right.
But if you're enterprising, young, ambitious student, and you go and make those calls, I'm going to tell you that the auto sector is going to look crazier than that the FX sector in 5-10 years.
Okay. We have a couple questions here that are sort of dancing around the same subject. We have someone asking about the ecological impacts to build this car. And Charles is asking, how do we make sure not to have a shortage of raw materials necessary for producing the batteries, like as we've had with oil? So I'm hoping you can address sort of both of those ecological and material challenges.
Well, those are very thoughtful questions, and it's one of the things that we discussed and put into action on this project specifically. What we said was, give me your best technology, propose your best technology, but then also explain to us the process of manufacturing. There's a company called Electrovaya in Mississauga that makes some great lithium-ion batteries. Their energy density is fantastic. We want to work with them specifically because their manufacturing process in the factory is zero emissions. And we want to be able to get to a zero emissions vehicle without incurring 20% emissions in the manufacture. Can we do it? Right now, the answer is I don't think anybody can do it.
Okay.
But unless you're targeting it and then using that same kind of entrepreneurial spirit to decarbonize your factories and your processes, we'll never get there.
Yeah. Don't know until you try, right?
That's right, and we're trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. You know, one thing that really struck me about your presentation was that you really got everyone on board from across the country, it sounds like. And I was curious because, you know, the switch is going to take a lot of social behavioral changes. And, you know, I was thinking to myself with the opening slide, somewhere in Alberta, you know, what are you sensing in terms of the culture of the different regions in Canada embracing this? Alberta is an interesting place to be manufacturing this car and to have a car like this. Are you feeling or seeing any resistance, or are there any challenges on like a social level in Canada to pick this up and make it work?
Yeah, I think we need to be very thoughtful about what a future of zero emissions means for the future of people in Alberta. And we've relied on that, on the profits from the oil industry for years to help build the rest of this country. You know, you've got generations of people who were able to raise a family on really good incomes there. How do they get there? Consumer tastes in Alberta are very interesting. We're finding a lot of consumer choice take-up. The younger generations in Alberta being really into zero emissions, zero collisions, zero everything. There are no real easy answers, and some of the things that we thought we should do is, if we're going to put federal money into this, part suppliers don't need federal money, but maybe the transition for those oil companies, those gas stations to become charging stations, maybe there's a partnership that needs to happen there. And we really were buoyed by a company like Summit Nanotech that I didn't know existed before we lit this lighthouse, and said they're looking at it and saying, look, if the brine water from oil and gas can be converted into batteries, maybe we can work with the oil sector and the petroleum refiners, with companies like Porsche, who is now working on, they declared publicly, a 95% carbon-free synthetic fuel. You know, can we do that? Can we help the transition? I think we all just shouldn't be naive about the fact and say we can get to our objective and no one's going to get hurt, and it's going to happen in 15 years. Someone's going to get hurt, and maybe some of those processes have to be a little bit longer. But as long as we have a national approach on it, we do have the means in this country to do anything we want. Great.
Well, magically time has appeared on the clicker here. I do have another question from someone in the audience, if we can address it quickly. You know, you're talking about Canada's competitiveness in a global economy. Which countries are with us or are behind us in embracing this change? And what do you think it's going to take to sort of close that gap?
I think we're behind.
We're behind.
We're behind. Ironically, if you narrow the scope and you say who's number one in electric vehicles, it's also the world's worst polluter, China.
Right.
On the broadest approach, where we should take examples are from Germany and Japan. And a country I like to always talk about is Sweden.
Okay.
Here's a tiny country, 7 million people, obviously socially progressive. Them and Norway. The Norwegians are a petro country. They have a wide group of public policies for EV adoption.
Yeah.
And in such a small market, they built 3 car companies.
Right.
You know, if they can do it, why can't we?
Right. Okay, cool. And I'm very curious, this is just my own personal question, but, you know, obviously, you know, you've got a huge amount of competition. You mentioned Tesla. I'm curious, you know, why, like, how much you are looking at what Elon Musk is doing, how much you're looking at what that company is doing as a model, or are you really trying to go your own way?
It's funny, everybody asks, so how are you going to compete with Tesla? We're not. We're inspired by them.
Okay.
And we think that Tesla makes 500,000 cars a year in a global market that makes 100 million cars a year.
Right.
It's the other 99.5% whose market share is going to erode.
Right.
They'll erode because consumers think that they make vehicles that aren't in tune with what we want or what the mandates are. And they've got to retire billions of dollars of investments in internal combustion powertrains, so they got to carry that cost. they've got a whole bunch of legacy costs that new players don't.
Right.
And if Aero makes it across the line as a car company or just inspires others in Canada to do the same, it's a success for us. I never started this by saying we're going to launch a car company, and I really do think that the best people to take it across the line is somebody other than me.
Okay.
I'm an industry advocate. I'm not a car maker, but I'm happy to incubate the first $25 million of investment to make sure that somebody's got something to go with.
Great. Well, now we are out of time, but thank you so much, Flavio, for coming and chatting about your vision. And maybe next year when I see you at Campus Party, you'll be here with the vehicle. That would be cool.
We will 100% bring the car here and let people ride and touch and feel, and hopefully it inspires a whole bunch of young people to get involved in the auto industry.
Great. Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Flavio. Thank you. See ya. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Great. So our next guest is a best-selling author on blockchain. In 2017, Don Tapscott co-founded the Blockchain Research Institute, whose more than 100 projects are the definitive investigation into blockchain technology, use case implementation, and organizational transformation. Since then, he wrote a book called The Supply Chain Revolution: How Blockchain Technology is Transforming the Digital Flow of Assets. And he is a member of the Order of Canada, ranked second most influential management thinker by Thinkers 50 in 2019. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Don Tapscott.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and I really mean that. You know, the last time I spoke at Campus Party, there were 15,000 people. And this program that you are watching is a program worthy of a 15,000 person audience. And I'd like to begin by congratulating each of you for getting your butts off a couch and actually coming somewhere to do something and participate in an actual event. So give yourself a big round of applause, would you? Good for you. The second thing I'd like to say is, Flavio, there he is, you are the man. And I want to be the first person to buy one of those cars if I can. I've had an electric vehicle for 7 years, and I have my third Tesla on order right now. Yes, there's a 7-month waiting list. But this is the future, and we need to reduce carbon by 80% in the next 20 years, or we're pretty much done as a species. So we're going to have to mobilize the whole world. Every company, every government, every NGO, every school, every kid in every schoolyard, and create a mass movement involving civilization. And there's nothing more important than to turn back the tide on climate change, and we can do it. You know, people ask me, is it possible? Is it too late? I say the future is not something to be predicted. The future is something to be achieved. And the stakes are too high to not achieve a desirable outcome. Aussi, j'aimerais faire cette présentation en français, mais rapidement, les francophones ici me demanderaient de la donner en anglais. So I'm going to speak in English, if that's okay. I actually lived in Montreal for a year. J'étais étudiant at McGill. That's another story for the bar sometime. So I'm going to talk to you about a very big idea today, actually a bunch of them. How a demand pull from the new business and social environment post-pandemic is creating an acceleration of the digital age, and how we have a technology push coming about from a completely new generation of technology that's different than we've had for the last half century. And these are coming together to transform every industry like never before. I want to talk to you frankly about the challenges of making this happen and make a personal appeal to each of you to find that leader within you for change. Let me begin by talking about this. It's a picture of Toronto during the lockdown. The pandemic has sped up the digital age by years and even decades in some places. We're all working online. We're shopping online like never before. We're learning online, an idea that's been around for a long time. We're all exercising online with our Pelotons. We're all managing our health online, and doctors are doing diagnoses online. Criminals are being tried online. We're socializing online. And there's a side of this that's very positive, because many of these changes were long overdue. And there's a side of this that's also quite negative, because there's still a role for the physical world in human interaction. And you think about something like retail. You know, 6 months before the pandemic, I walked the streets of Madison Avenue in New York, and every third store was closed already because of the impact of big box, but more the internet on retail. Now, every 2 stores out of 3 along Madison Avenue are closed. Will they come back? And if they do, what will they look like? The pandemic has also shown with searing clarity some of the weaknesses in our current systems and our infrastructures, and for that matter, in our governments and leaders. Those leaders that have failed will be or have been replaced. And the pandemic has also shown that our systems, for example, our supply chains, are woefully inadequate. How can it be that today we have a supply chain crisis in this day and age? How can it be that our health data is all in little silos and we can't aggregate it together in an anonymized way to stop a pandemic in its tracks before it gets started? Many of our systems have failed us. It's time for profound change. Now, combined with that, there's also a technology push from a second era of technology. I'm going to show you a video I haven't shown in a very long time. And you remember George Stroumboulopoulos had a TV show? He had me on the show once on CBC, and they asked me to do a little clip about how I got started in technology, and I'm aging myself here, in the 1970s at Bell Northern Research in Canada. So here's the clip.
Something you might not know about Canada.
Hi, I'm Don Tapscott, and before the break, I promised to tell you about the Digital Office. In the 1970s, the coolest decade of all time, the office was full of strange things like typewriters, dictaphones, adding machines, and mimeographs. Telephones were connected to a wire, so people could only reach you when you were in the office. God, I miss that. Not now! In 1978, the Canadian company Bell Northern Research wondered what would happen if every desk had a computer on it connected to a vast internetwork. Their incredibly handsome staff created an office that used crazy things like email, word processing, texting, and document management. Then B&R pitted the computerized workers against the computerless old-school test group. This first ever controlled experiment proved that the digital workers were more efficient, innovative, and effective. And they had more fun, too. And within only 15 years, office workers across the globe were playing electronic solitaire and watching cat videos to their heart's content. And that's something you might not know about Canada.
So, a little background on this second era. 1978, I was using a network called the ARPANET that became the internet. And over those more than 40 years, we've gone through a first era of the digital age. Mainframes, mini computers, PCs, the internet, the web, the mobile web, social media, the cloud, big data. And now we're entering a second era. I wrote a couple of books on that experience, in the 1980s that nobody read. My mother bought most of the copies. But I started writing bestsellers in the early 1990s. Paradigm Shift, it's obviously a big book, and then The Digital Economy, which they say was the first bestseller about the web in business. And throughout that first era, technology had a certain truck and trade and objective. We're now moving into a second era. And this second era has a whole number of technologies that are very different. We have technologies that can learn, AI, machine learning, learn to do things that they weren't programmed to do. Technology is infusing itself through the physical world. Users are not just humans, but billions, soon trillions of inert objects that become animated. We have autonomous vehicles, we were just talking about that, distributed energy, and so on. And I became convinced when I was writing the 20th anniversary edition of The Digital Economy that the foundational technology for all of this was in fact the underlying technology of cryptocurrencies or blockchain. And the reason I concluded that is, along with my son Alex, we decided that this is really the second era of the internet. For the first internet was an internet of information, right? But if I send you some information, an email, a PDF of this deck, which you're welcome to have, I'm actually not sending you the information, I'm sending you a copy. Even with the website, I keep the original. But when it comes to things that really matter to, say, the Canadian economy, assets, things of value like money, security, stocks, bonds, swaps, derivatives, and so on. The assets like the data in our identities or intellectual property, cultural assets like art or music, or votes. A vote is an asset, something of value that belongs to somebody. When it comes to assets, copying those is a bad idea, right? You don't want someone copying your vote or your identity. And if I send you $1,000, it's really important that I don't still have the money, right? So cryptographers have called this the double spend problem. And the way that we manage this problem in our economy is through intermediaries, banks, governments, credit card companies, stock exchanges, transfer agents, escrow agents, social media companies. They perform all of the business and transaction logic of every type of commerce. They identify the party, you are who you are. They identify the asset, that's a stock. They clear and settle transactions. They keep records. And overall, they've done a pretty good job. But there are growing problems. What if there were not just an internet of information? What if there were an internet of value? Some kind of vast global distributed ledger where anything of value, from money to securities to art to a vote, could be managed, stored, transacted in a secure and private way. That's what Satoshi Nakamoto solved. Satoshi solved the double spend problem. And Bitcoin was just the beginning. But now the underlying technology of blockchain is extraordinary because for the first time in human history, people can trust each other to do commerce peer-to-peer. And trust is not achieved by an intermediary. It's achieved by cryptography, by collaboration, and by some clever code, which is why we call it the Trust Protocol. Now, I had a very clever analogy for why blockchains were more secure than traditional central servers. But you know the late night TV show by John Oliver, American comedian? He got me on his show and he had some fun with my analogy. So I'm going to play that for you, and you see why I don't use the analogy anymore.
And because of the complicated process the network uses to verify records, it is very secure. Now, relax. I'm not going to get into what that process is or how it works, but I will share a really helpful, really dumb metaphor for why it is safe.
The way I like to think of it is that a blockchain is a highly processed thing, sort of like a chicken McNugget. And if you wanted to hack it, it'd be like turning a chicken McNugget back into a chicken. Now, someday someone will be able to do that, but for now, it's going to be tough.
Hold on. That is an absolutely horrible thought. So why is that reporter so happy about the idea? Because if anyone ever figures out how to turn a chicken McNugget back into a chicken, that chicken is going to be up. He's going to spend the rest of his life suffering from PTSD and writing haunting poetry about the experience. The things I saw, buck, buck, buckaw. My body is whole, but what of my soul?
So you can see why I don't use the analogy anymore. I still think it's a pretty good analogy, though. So Bitcoin was the first app of the Internet of Value. What was the first app of the Internet of Information? Anybody think of that? Email. Yeah, it was email. And email was to the Internet of Information like Bitcoin was to the Internet of Value. But now we have these new general purpose platforms where you can build any app. They look more like the World Wide Web. Hyperledger from the Linux Foundation. Ethereum. Does anyone know what's the most successful startup ever in Canadian history? Shopify? Nortel? It's Ethereum. Ethereum is worth more than all 5 Canadian banks combined. Ask any Canadian, what's Ethereum? They won't know what the most successful startup in the entire history of this country is in terms of value. We don't get this yet. Now, an important thing about Ethereum is it introduced the notion of smart contracts. If you're a programmer, who here is an actual programmer, coder, develop applications? Okay, you need to know about this. Smart contracts are going to be the foundation of every business process. And they are just like what they sound like. They're an agreement made of software that self-executes, polices itself, has a bank built into the software. And now, there are a whole new level of extraordinary new platforms that are emerging. Things like Cosmos, the internet of blockchains, combining blockchains together. Polkadot, a bold vision of the Web 3, a World Wide Web where value can be exchanged. These are the platforms that represent the future operating system for business and for the corporation. Now I want to introduce one other word today. It's the first time I've used this word in a speech, and I've saved it for Campus Party. Trivergence. These are the 3 technologies that matter going forward. Everything else is a derivative. Autonomous vehicles are a derivative of this. Drones are a derivative of trivergence. We have blockchain as the foundation, combining with AI, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. Remember that word trivergence. You heard it here first. Remember the first time you heard the word, I don't know, the singularity or the digital economy. I hope that this will become a term that's widely understood. And I'm just about to publish a major article about it. So, I did get lucky with the timing of this book, and also with my co-author, my son, Alex. And we just heard from the publisher that this book has surpassed all of my previous books. And it sold more copies than any other, than all the other books on blockchain combined. So if you're going to get this book, get the new edition that has a yellow banner across the top. So, what's going on? Is this for real? Is it really affecting the world? I'm going to spend a minute on a number of important transformations. Financial services, changing supply chains, healthcare, energy and climate, property rights, identity, government, and democracy. A word on each one. First of all, money is becoming digital. We don't have digital money today. We have banks that have big computer systems that have messaging systems that points to the ownership of funds which reside in large computers. But you don't actually have the money. You're not the bearer of the money. If you have cash in your pocket, that's a bearer instrument. Well, we're moving to a situation where money is becoming digital and you will be the bearer of that money. Now we have the self-organizing platforms like Bitcoin. Then there are the corporate platforms like Facebook's Diem. And you can bet if Diem is successful, Jeff Bezos is not going to have people paying Facebook money on Amazon. He'll be building his own currency. And then there's the central banks, digital currencies. But this is a little picture of the world and just how these, overall, these cryptocurrencies are being adopted. And we now have several countries that have accepted Bitcoin as an actual official currency for the country. Diem, if that's successful, and it's a big if, this would immediately bring 500 million people into the global financial system. A lot of people are down on Facebook, and I got my issues with Facebook going way back. But this initiative, if done correctly and regulated properly, could have a huge positive impact on the world. Imagine being able to send a housekeeper in Montreal to send money to her mom in Manila as easily as sending a text message. Right now, she has to go to a Western Union office and she gets charged 10 to 20%. It takes 4 to 6 days for the money to get there. That would be extraordinary. It would also mean that a number of unbanked people would become banked. Now, the really big one is actual fiat currencies. The digital dollar, the digital euro, the digital pesos. And this is happening now very rapidly around the world. And Canada is experimenting with this. The big one that everyone's concerned about is China's CBDC. It's called DCEP. China's rolling this out around the world. They're leading. They're rolling it into Southeast Asia, into One Belt, One Road, linking Hong Kong and Rotterdam, into Africa. If they're successful, the Chinese currency, the RMB, will replace the US dollar as the currency of record. So the stakes are very high here for the United States to wake up. Will they? Well, we'll get to that in a second. But it's not just money, it's the whole financial industry, which is the foundation of every economy that's changing. This is a machine. Anybody recognize this machine? It has a name. It's an example of something called a Rube Goldberg machine. Rube Goldberg was an American cartoonist and engineer, and he built all these ridiculously complicated systems like this that would do something very simple, like crack an egg or open a door. That's what the industry is. This huge, complicated, hundreds of, or trillions and trillions of dollars. But really, when all is said and done, the industry does 9 things. They store value. It used to be in big safes. Now it's in computer systems, money, stocks, whatever. They move value, moving money, moving stocks, doing transactions. Because they can store and move value, they get to lend value. So retail lending, commercial lending, and so on. They fund and invest value. So you got venture capital, private equity, mutual funds, hedge funds, and so on. They exchange value, markets, stock exchanges, right? They insure value, big insurance companies, the reinsurers. They analyze value. There's a whole industry now analyzing the stock market and money and currencies and commodities and so on. They account for and audit value, the big audit companies, and they authenticate identity. You are who you are. This is what it is. This is what the industry does. Not that simple. Now, in our book, Financial Services Revolution, and in a new book coming out by Alex Tapscott in December called The Digital Asset Revolution, he goes through and he analyzes how every one of these functions is being replaced by software. Imagine a world without banks. Now, that's not going to happen because the banks are working hard to re-intermediate to create new value in the middle. But this is a time of very profound change, and the opportunity for our economy is extraordinary. Reducing all that overhead, all that cost, and all that value that's being sucked out of society to a tiny handful of massive, wealthy banks and their extremely wealthy executives. Now, the other thing that's happening here is we have the biggest digitization of assets ever in human history. By the way, that's often called DeFi. You heard of FinTech? FinTech is like this. DeFi is like this. FinTech is tinkering with the old model of financial services. DeFi is replacing it with software. DeFi is the fastest growing industry in the world today. It's doubling every 6 weeks. And DeFi stands for distributed finance. Now, I don't have time to go through this, but the new edition of the Blockchain Revolution discusses this. But we have currencies. There are many different types of tokens. Those are different than protocol tokens like Ether. Ether is a protocol token that enables the network to work. You have non-fungible tokens, NFTs. The idea of the tokenization of art was introduced 6 years ago in Blockchain Revolution in an entire chapter. We called them crypto collectibles. They're all securities tokens are the biggest one. All securities will become tokens. There was a token generation event 2 years ago that raised $1 billion. There was no investment bank, no stock market, and no stock. The individuals invested in tokens that represented a share of the company. So this is a huge thing that's underway today. Look at this. From nothing 7-8 months ago to a $200 billion industry today. You can get this today on Amazon.ca. The best way to get it is in massive volume. Christmas is coming soon. You look like people with friends. Do you have employees? Buy this book. No, seriously, it's an excellent piece of work. Now, the second one is supply chains. This is unbelievable. It's a massive crisis being addressed by the President of the United States as the #1 challenge facing America today, the disintegration of supply chains. Something's wrong here. What do we got? Well, you got all these different partners working together in planes and boats and trains and trucks and pipelines, and then you got various players. You got borders and escrow agents and tax authorities, and then there are all this information moving around, and email and traditional EDI and ERP and paper and phone calls and faxes. Imagine if that were all a shared network state, a single ledger with a single version of the truth, where the settlements were real time. There was no 3-day delay between the payment and the settlement because the payment and the settlement's the same activity. It's just a change to the ledger. Blockchain will be the foundation of the new supply chain. And I'm running out of time here, but you can read about all these or go to blockchainresearchinstitute.org. But you know, it used to take Walmart 3 months to find out where a poison avocado came from. Now they can do it in 20 seconds. Do you know that 40% of the fish you eat in a restaurant in Montreal is incorrectly labeled? It's cheap fish being sold as expensive fish, or endangered fish being sold as okay fish. Well, there's a big project underway to transform that entire industry so that you'll be able to know where your fish came from and what it ate, and probably who its parents were. And you'll certainly be able to see all kinds of ratings about the fish and so on. And we got very lucky on the timing of this book, Supply Chain Revolution, because it came out after the pandemic had started. And it's the first book to talk about the transformation of supply chains for a pandemic. Healthcare. There are 5 big parts of this industry that are being transformed by the trivergence overall. You think about something like a hospital with hundreds of smart communicating devices, the Internet of Things, where these devices are learning, analyzing data, and where increasingly transactions are being done on a blockchain. But a really big one is the health record. So at the University Health Network in Toronto, which by the way is the 3rd ranked hospital in the world, I'm a patient there and I have something called MyUHN. And before I leave the hospital after an x-ray, my radiology report is available to me. The next step is to put that on a blockchain so that I own my healthcare record. And I can anonymize it and give it to science or get a second opinion, or I could sell it if I want. Patients should own their own data, and this should be done in a standardized way so that we can aggregate anonymized healthcare records for social causes, like, say, to fight a pandemic. We all know about this one, a huge challenge. And increasingly, power grids are becoming distributed with green sources of power, and they need a transactional platform. So when that light bulb buys some power on an open power market, and it promptly pays for the power, which results in its reputation as a trustworthy device being established, that transaction is not going to go through Visa, okay? The distributed energy grid needs a distributed ledger, and the Internet of Everything needs a ledger of everything to be able to manage all of those transactions. It's not a theory, as it was 6 years ago when we wrote Blockchain Revolution. It's happening today. The other thing, of course, is that we can tokenize carbon credits. So imagine that. You go to a store here in Montreal and you buy an espresso machine. You buy the green machine because it comes with green tokens that are kind of like a loyalty point, only they're really powerful. They're fungible. You can exchange them. You can turn them into other stuff. You can turn them into Canadian dollars if you want. This is how we're going to mobilize the planet, not by more lectures from Greta Thunberg, but bless her heart for doing that. People are going to get motivated because of economic considerations. And blockchain is now beginning to do that. Do you know that 70% of the land titles in the developing world are not enforceable? You're a farmer in Honduras and a dictator comes to power, it's really happened, and he says, well, you may have a piece of paper that says you own your farm, but the government computer, centralized computer, says my friend owns your farm. And eventually he was thrown out of power. But this is happening all around the world. It's 80% in India. You know, your parents pass away, you go to the land titles office because in the will it says that you inherit the land, and somebody's bribed the local clerk for $100, and you no longer own your land, you're paying rent on your land, you have no recourse to fight that. So you put land titles on a blockchain, as is being done in the Haryana Land Registry now in Haryana, India, and nobody can mess with that. No dictator, no corrupt clerk, unless they know how to turn a chicken McNugget back into a chicken. Sorry, I wasn't going to use that analogy. So, number 6, identity. I'm sorry, what's your name? Lauren? Mark. Mark. Okay, the virtual Mark knows more about Mark than he does. A lot of areas. He can't remember exact location a year ago, or what he spent bought a year ago, or what medication he took, or what diagnosis he had, or what he got on a test. There's a virtual image of each of us being created online. this trail of digital crumbs that we leave as we travel through life. And Mark created that data, came out of his body, his behavior, his whatever, but it gets captured by a tiny handful of digital conglomerates, a new species of business, unlike anything that we've ever seen before. Do you know that 6 of these companies are now half of the value of NASDAQ? They're 20% of the entire S&P 500 stock market. And Mark creates the data, but he doesn't get to own it. So what does that mean? Well, some people say his privacy is being undermined. That's a big problem. But it's a lot more than that. It means that he can't use this data to plan his life. He can't monetize it. They're getting rich from his data. It means his data is not secure. It's going to be hacked. There's 2 types of central servers, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. And his data can't get aggregated to, say, fight a pandemic. And Mark's privacy is being undermined. And you know, people say to me, well, Don, privacy's dead. Get over it. If you got nothing to hide, what's your problem? This is stupidity. Privacy is the foundation of freedom. And all this data represents our identities. We need to get our identities back so that we can manage them responsibly for ourselves and our families. So, imagine a world. You don't have to imagine, because there are thousands of people working on this today. The notion of a self-sovereign identity, the virtual mark that he owns. And it sweeps up all this data into his wallet, into his identity, and he can use it to plan his life, monetize it, do whatever he wants. Climate change is number 1. We don't fix that. We don't get to exist as a species. Number 2 is our identity. If we don't roll back and recapture our identities, we don't get to exist as a civilization, because this is the foundation of prosperity and it's the foundation of freedom. You should all care about this and get informed. Finally, government. Well, reinventing government. The internet was supposed to do that. Anyone think that the internet has fundamentally transformed government for the better? I don't know. We kind of paved the cow path, didn't we? Well, now there are countries all around the world. Canada's a little slow, unfortunately, that are embracing this technology. But we're working to fix that in this country. It's not just government, it's democracy. We have a crisis of legitimacy of our democratic institutions today. Legitimacy is the notion that you may not like who's in power, but at least you think the system's a good one. 1/3 of Americans think that the last election was stolen. The most scrutinized election, probably not just in US history, but in any country ever. They know down to every vote in every precinct in every state. They know with certainty what happened, and it's all gone through the courts, and all the parties have reviewed it. 1/3 of the Americans, somebody says the vote was stolen, 1/3 of Americans believe them. This is a result of the fragmentation of public discourse. It's a whole other problem I'm happy to talk about. Now, how are we going to fix this? Well, one of the big problems is that politicians are not accountable to citizens, right? 94% of Americans want to see a background check for firearms purchases, but Congress can't pass a law saying that because they're not accountable to the citizens. They're accountable to the people who put them into power, the funders. So how can we fix this? We need a new era of democracy. First wave, we established these representative institutions. They were pretty good, a lot better than kings and nobles and so on running things. But there was a weak public mandate. Citizens were passive, and representatives are beholden to powerful interests. Could we move to a second era enabled by technology where we could have transparency, sunlight being a great disinfectant for this whole thing, culture of public deliberation where citizens are active and where representatives are accountable to citizens? Now, technology is not going to fix this. People fix problems, not technology. But we now have a second kick at the can here. Imagine a smart vote. You can have smart money. Soon you send your kid to university, you give him some money for books and tuition. You hope that he spends it on books and tuition. He goes into the bar, orders a margarita, and the money says, sorry, Johnny, I don't do margaritas, I only do books and tuition, right? Why can't you have a smart vote where you're voting not just for the politician, you're voting for his or her program, their program? And if they don't implement the program, there are consequences. Maybe funds don't flow. Maybe they don't get paid. Maybe they get recalled, whatever. So this is a very exciting time. These are 7 of 30 industries that we're looking at the Blockchain Research Institute. And I can tell you this is happening. I'm happy to discuss that more. So, if Silicon Valley was the center of the first era of the digital age, where's the second center going to be? Well, these are the kinds of things that matter. You need government support. How great that Montreal, province of Quebec, and the government of Canada supported this event. You know, we have to have an event, and finally we did in this industry. I think it's the first one in the country. This is a stake in the ground. A lot of people are going to watch the video and they're going to say, geez, I wish I was at that thing. And that's great. You want to have a big domestic market. That gives China a big advantage. Regulatory clarity and openness. The number one problem in all of this going ahead is the regulators don't get it. Some do in Canada. What's the ecosystem look like in a city like Montreal? One of the 8 countries I'm going to in the next 3 weeks is Switzerland. I'm going to Zurich and Zug, where they have 15,000 people working in the blockchain space, full-time developers, building systems. Banking landscape. Well, Canadian banks are not very open to this stuff. Thought leadership, funding for entrepreneurship. Well, the Canadian government had the infrastructure program. Anyway, these are the kinds of things that you need to do to build an ecosystem. But this is not just about building a Silicon Valley, a sector, but this technology, Trivergence, is really the foundation of all sectors. So we need a wake-up call in Canada. Well, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to wrap it up. Challenges to this going forward too. This is taking a while. You know, Fred Smith, founder of FedEx, I was interviewing him at Consensus. There were 4,000 people in the audience and another 4,000 outside the room trying to get in. And I did the opening talk there, and then I interviewed him. This is in New York, and he says, you know, back in the day, we figured out chain of custody. That idea. We built a system where we could track packages, stuck our logo on it, went to market, dominated the industry. You can't do that today. We want to rebuild the whole industry around blockchain, but we have to work with all our partners and even our competitors to make that happen. This is going to take some time. But the fact that it's taking time, don't be confused that this is not happening. Au contraire, the opposite is occurring, that these changes are so profound, they're going to take a while. Technology, scalability. The internet is a network of similar networks. Blockchains are all different. We need Cosmos and Polkadot and these platforms that are integrating them. Blockchain has an image problem. I'm happy to talk about that if you want. And overall, how do we steward this resource going forward? How do we in this room work together to make it happen? Let me close with this thought. Leaders of old paradigms have difficulty embracing the new. And I put together this little slide for you of famous last words. Ken Olsen. I'm old enough to remember in '77, where he was the CEO of the largest computer company in the world, Digital Equipment Corporation. And he said there's no reason why anyone should have a personal computer in his home. Well, they're gone. They were gone pretty fast, too. The PC wiped them out. So, how are we going to find leadership for change? You know, when a new paradigm comes along, it causes dislocation, conflict, uncertainty. New paradigms are nearly always received with coolness. I'm guessing because you came out to this event, everyone in this room knows what it's like to be received with coolness when you introduce a new idea. Vested interests fight against change, and leaders of the old have great difficulty embracing the new. Leadership does not typically come from the top, or at least it doesn't start there. It comes from you. And we need to create organizations that can learn, and anyone can be a leader. Check out the Blockchain Research Institute. We're blockchainresearchinstitute.org. There are millions and millions of dollars of free reports and insights and tools available that we've made available to the world. Also, if you want to learn more about this, the biggest course on blockchain in the enterprise, we provide that. We have 100,000 learners on Coursera, and it's in partnership with INSEAD. Can we do this? Well, the stakes are too high to not do it. And I'd like to end, if I could, with an analogy. At the Institute, studied thousands of organizations. We're also studying nature to try and understand these new decentralized models of creating value. Fish come in swarms. Bees come in swarms. Fish come in schools. Starlings, some places in the world, over the moors in England, come in something called a murmuration. Murmuration. Do you know that word? Have you heard that word? It's a word in the dictionary. It refers to the murmuring of the wings of the birds. And starlings are out over a 20-mile radius throughout the day doing their starling thing. And at night they come together and they create the spectacular thing. Look on the right of the screen here. That's a hawk. 25 times the size of a starling, a predator chasing away the little birds through their collective power. And scientists that have studied this say they've never seen an accident. There's leadership, but there's no one leader. And when the moment is right, this magic happens. Now, is this some kind of, I don't know, fanciful analogy? Or could you actually learn something from it about trivergence? Well, there's no middleman. Remember I said trust is not achieved by an intermediary, but by collaboration, that's this, and by some clever code. There's code in the DNA of the birds that gives them rules. Don't bump into anybody else, that's a rule. Don't get too far away, that's another rule. The murmuration has what we call an interdependence. That's what we need, a declaration of interdependence for a new economy, that we are all connected. And the murmuration functions as if the interests of an individual bird are connected to the interests of the murmuration as a whole. And finally, the murmuration has a great integrity. Integrity being the foundation of trust. What is trust? Could you define trust? I wrote a book about this. It took me 3 months to write this sentence. Trust in business is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity, that they will do the right thing, that they'll be honest, considerate of your interests, abide by their commitments. And that's why a little tiny bird will chase after a killer 25 times its size, because it knows the other birds will do the right thing and have its back. Imagine if we connect ourselves on this planet with some kind of new vast network of glass and air and code and cryptography. What kind of intransigent problems could we solve? I look at this and I get a lot of hope, actually, that this smaller, more decentralized world that my grandchildren may inherit could actually be a better one. And that this age of networked intelligence is an age where the promise of digital is finally fulfilled. Thank you very much.
That was so incredible.
gonna
Can you
sit down
join
for a
us
sec?
for a quick Q&A? I'm sad we only have 5 minutes with you. That was an incredible presentation. Thank you so much. But I did want to include the people who are watching from the internet. I have a question here that asks, what is Canada doing to be like Silicon Valley of the second era? Are we doing enough?
No. Those 10 things that I listed, we're kind of good on half of them. We need a better regulatory environment, regulatory clarity, and regulators who understand that this is fundamentally a good thing that needs to be managed. To get the balance right between protecting investors on the one hand and innovation on the other. We need the big banks to wake up. The Canadian government does not get blockchain. We get AI. Canada doesn't get blockchain. You ask any Canadian, what's the big technology for the future? They're going to say AI, aren't they? Some of them might say quantum, which is kind of a processing technology. It's got nothing to do with the actual transformation of our institutions and prosperity. So we need a wake-up call in this country. We've not taken steps, other than UHN in Toronto, which has been very bold, to integrate blockchain into our healthcare system, and things overall are moving much too slowly. So Canada, wake up. Trivergence is here. Let's embrace this, because it's the foundation of prosperity, of solving intractable problems like climate change, and building good and open government.
Okay, thank you. The next question has to do with sort of two areas where blockchain could be implemented. How do you feel that schools and universities are doing to prepare or implement blockchain or prepare people to use it? And why do you think the healthcare industry is so slow? These are two different industries, but they both are sort of asking the same question.
Well, healthcare for the last 2 years, you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs? You know, you have safety and food and shelter, and then once you got that, you can have esteem, and then you can have self-actualization and love and all kinds of well, the healthcare industry has been at the very bottom level trying to fight the pandemic. You know, if a tiger is chasing you, the fact that nobody loves you, it's not a big problem at that particular moment. And the healthcare industry has had a tiger chasing it. So I'm going to cut them some slack. But ultimately, they can't fix the problems of data and the patient record without a blockchain. I'm sorry, the other one was?
The other one was universities.
Oh, universities. Wow, this is a big opportunity because the student record could be owned by students. And that would be the foundation for a whole new model of education, which is that students are not just the passive recipients of education by a single university, but they are co-creators of their own knowledge in collaboration with educational institutions all around the world, if we had that record and it was portable.
Okay.
So it's been very slow. Now we're about to announce a big project with the City of Toronto to take blockchain into the schools and universities in Toronto.
Ooh, well, stay tuned for this. Unfortunately, we only have time for one more question here, so I'm going to choose this one because I think it's good. But it seems like blockchain still has an image problem, is what this commenter is noticing. What do we do to get more endorsement, to get people to wake up, and to get people to embrace it?
Well, a lot of the image problem is based on false information. I mean, what's the image problem? Bitcoin is used by criminals. Actually, maybe 1% of Bitcoin is used for nefarious purposes, but 3% of cash is used for nefarious purposes. Cash is the foundation of organized crime, the drug industry, tax evasion, as evaporation and spillage. So the big currency used by criminals is money, traditional money. Furthermore, criminals are always the first to adopt exciting new technologies. The flip phone, the automobile, Al Capone, and so on. So this is just false. And sure, there are scammers. That's okay. There are scammers all over the place, and we need good regulation that doesn't kill the baby when it's throwing out the bathwater. Blockchain and crypto have image problems in other ways, some of them being valid. The energy used is unsustainable.
Right.
Well, that's partially true. 50% of Bitcoin comes from traditional energy sources. The proof of work mechanism, that's a lot of energy. But 50% is located near wind farms and green water, hydroelectric and green sources because they're cheap sources. 50% of a big problem is still a big problem. But you can now go and invest in Bitcoin that's carbon neutral.
Okay.
So the BITC, phone up your broker and say, I want to buy the BITC ETF. Actually, I shouldn't be saying phone up your broker because I don't give investment advice, okay? But there is a green Bitcoin ETF. First one in the world is based in Canada.
Wow.
And it comes from a company called 9 Point Partners, full disclosure, for which my son Alex is the managing director of digital assets. So you can go through a bunch of these image problems, and there may be some truth to some of them, but overall there's just a problem of either lack of knowledge or of vested interests that want to stop this thing and are putting mud all over the windshield.
Right.
So it's all about becoming informed.
Okay, well, I hope that all the government officials and people in power who are listening get your book. Don, thank you so much for coming to Campus Party Canada again. It was a pleasure having you. Let's give a warm round of applause
Great.
for
Thank
Don
you.
Tapscott. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so our next guest is an 18-year-old founder who tokenized himself to crowdfund a gap year before the University of Pennsylvania, enabling him to move to Silicon Valley and pursue building Monument, a decentralized NFT platform for crowdfunding emerging talent. Previously, he founded BitSwap, a cryptocurrency exchange that transacted $3 million in volume, and he's also a Knowledge Society alumni. Please join me in welcoming Sigil Wen to the stage. Hey.
Hello.
Can we do a fist bump? Is this something?
Yeah.
Have a seat. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome to Campus Party Canada.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So let's just start by talking about what you're up to. You're in a gap year. What are you working on? What's going on with you right now in your career?
Yeah, so I just flew from San Francisco. So was there living in this founder house with a lot of other CEOs working on $100 million companies, and it's a really cool environment and kind of like my way of supplementing college at the moment. So right now, essentially, before I thought that cryptocurrencies were an incredibly unique way to enable human potential, and I've used it to leverage for myself. And I thought that, oh wait, if I could do it for myself, what if we can incentivize the crowd enablement of talent at scale? And that's why I'm working on Monument right now. Yeah.
Very cool. So when we were talking previously, I was like, okay, we can talk about all this stuff, but one thing you really wanted to touch on and start with is authenticity, and I found that very interesting. I'm curious what you've learned through either, tokenizing yourself or, cryptocurrency, what you've learned about authenticity in business, and, why was this so important to you to talk about?
I think authenticity extends much more beyond business. Naval Ravikant once said escape competition through authenticity. And what that essentially means is that, everyone is trying to be someone or someone, and there's a lot of competition there. But truly being authentic is being yourself. So Elon Musk, no one can compete with Elon Musk on being Elon, right? Similar to how if I'm truly being myself, like no one can compete with me doing that. And I think that on this journey, like I think I value authenticity a lot because of the fact that, okay, this is like a real moment. I grew up actually with like a lot of anxiety, and that was just something that I don't think you guys see right now. Like if you got like 5th grade Sejal, and then like saw me on here right now, he'd probably poop his pants. But like all in all, like through the internet and like how I've been approaching things, I've just been constantly documenting my growth process. I have a YouTube channel, you can search it up. It's my name, Sejal Wen. But I've shown the journey, and what you'll see there is that like the grade 9 and young Sejal, like I was never like a really great speaker, but I think by being authentic and being true to like, hey, I'm not like this genius. Instead, I'm like a human who is very growth-minded and just like goes after whatever he enjoys. Like I think that is a way to like inspire more people to do cool things and do what they really like.
Awesome. That is so cool. Your YouTube channel rules, by the way. I
Thank
went
you.
on a little bit of a deep dive. I really liked, what you were talking about as well. There was a video on serendipity. That was one that really stuck with me, and that you were offered $100,000 for your company. Can you tell us that story and talk about where serendipity plays a part also in your growth as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, so that story was what happened was that I posted on this decentralized social media platform called BitClout, which is also powered by blockchain. And it was just a post asking for introductions to the Thiel Fellowship, which is a fellowship that gives you $100,000 to drop out of school. In the process right now. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. But anyways, basically from that post, Dharmesh, the founder of HubSpot, which is a publicly traded billion-dollar company, just offered me $100,000 for 1% of my company. But beyond that, which was absolutely crazy how like a social media post can lead to something like that, the idea of serendipity is like structuring and engineering luck for yourself. I think the internet has enabled everyone to be able to do this, and a lot of people just haven't realized it yet. So one example and one analogy I used to think about the internet's kind of like this stage that I'm on right now, right? I'm talking with you, and also like the crowd out here, right? So the thing is that every piece of content of like thing that can invoke virality or can be shared or generates value for people, whether that be blog posts, websites, like companies and projects, to like my YouTube videos, right? All of these things all tie back to me, and essentially is me putting myself out there, similar to how I'm on like the stage right now. And the thing is that everyone on the internet can see that, right? Everyone in this entire stadium can see me and see Laura here, right? And I can also see everyone else on the stage, right, through their presence on the internet. But if you're in like the crowd, you would only be able to see the people immediately beside you, and I could just barely see who's out there. And by putting yourself out there on the internet and really putting yourself in a position where a lot of cool people can come and discover you, that's really where a lot of serendipitous things can happen. You gotta realize that the world is driven on connections and people, and a lot of crazy things can happen through that. And putting yourself out there is like a really great way to engineer that luck. Look, everyone's just watching me now.
Right on.
Yeah.
But you're very smart about it. I also read a post where you were talking in great detail about sort of the rules you have around social media. I mean, you're not just like on it all the time. There's limits to what device you use, etc. And I'm sort of curious how you find that balance of being authentic, not really oversharing, staying sane, not being anxious about what you're putting out there. Like, how do you walk that line? Because I think a lot of people out there might struggle with their social media input or activity or diet. It's a big platform, bunch of platforms.
Yeah, I think like there's two components to social media. One is like basically what Web 2.0 or like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, all these different platforms have optimized because it's this ad-based economy. What happens is that, they're trying to engage you and optimize for your attention through like 6-second hyper-stimulating clip. And what I noticed, especially like when I went to like Silicon Valley, is that a lot of people there, especially as they've seen that technology evolve, they don't partake in it because they know, right? You've probably also seen like Facebook's like recent like whistleblower on the whole thing. And so I'm personally like very mindful of like how I let myself get stimulated, and so I try not to like be on feeds, but from time to time you can find me binging like YouTube and whatever I like. The other side of like social media, I think, is like how you portray yourself. And I think a lot of people are afraid to put themselves out there because they care what people think, right?
Yeah.
And another part is that with social media, you see everyone, fixating like their posts to optimize an image of themselves. But I think like fundamentally, like you'll be the happiest if you're able to like fully express who you are. And I had to like overcome a lot of like personal like hurdles, and I have cared about like, and I still do, right? I care a lot about like how I'm portrayed to other people. But ultimately, I feel like by representing like my fullest self, that's like when I feel the happiest in terms of expression. And that's, I think, like there's a degree where people no longer like judge you, but they respect you for who you are.
Yeah, that's great. Do you have any advice for those who are listening, who are your age, who are maybe struggling with being themselves and struggling with feeling okay being seen as themselves on all these platforms and just showing up in the world? I mean, it's not easy.
Yeah, so one thing I think that really helped was that what you got to realize is we are mimetic beings, right? Rene Descartes' theory of human behavior basically states that we really care about their environment and we have like similar desires. And so being like very influenced by your environment, one thing you got to realize is that you can control the people you hang out with, the content you consume, and right now because of like COVID, you might realize that like environments doesn't just have to be the school you go to or the university you go to or the place you work, but it can be like digital communities. And I'm personally like building a Discord server that's just aimed at like people from all ages, just trying to figure that out. Like, how do you build authenticity? How do you build up your skill set to be able to build a life that you want to live? And you could like join that at like discord.gg/CJOLWen. But all in all, you can connect with anyone, literally anyone on the internet. Like, I've connected with my biggest heroes, and they actually invested in me, which is like really like something that hard to wrap my head around. But at the end of the day, like, everyone has email, everyone has a presence. There's always a way to reach someone, and there's always a way to make friends on the internet.
I love it. You mentioned something about sort of building your life, and on your LinkedIn bio, I love this. You basically said, building a life on your own terms with a little smiley face. And I'm curious, what have you learned about this process of like building the life that you want? What are the terms you've landed on? And for those who are still building, like, do you have any sense of how to get there?
I think that with life, the purpose, a lot of huge purpose is just like to achieve happiness, is to be happy. And a medium towards achieving that is to seek control over different factors. I remember like in high school, I actually went to like one of the top academic programs in Canada that sends like a kid to Harvard every year, and every Asian parent would want hi dad, would want their child to go there. But I actually dropped out of that program intentionally because I thought that this program was very prescripted and there's a lot of factors I couldn't control. And if I were to leave and have like a lot of control in time and dictate how I spent my time, I knew I'd be happier and I knew I would be able to achieve more. In terms of like different factors, right? Like, or different terms, like now, like on my gap year, I'm not in school. I don't need to worry at all about like my personal finances because I controlled that. And I can just like spend my time and energy and focus however I want at the moment. And yeah, like that just comes from like deliberately thinking like, how do I want to, what is the life that you want to live, right? And I think that like from the start, it's like, I just started questioning things. And maybe it comes from being lazy, like, I don't want to do this homework. Let me think of ways to like find out ways to like do what I truly like. But
right.
Yeah.
Hack the system. So you're in a gap year. How is it going? What are you working on? What's the best part of sort of dropping out and doing your own thing?
I would say that like all in all, it's like pretty hard. There's a lot of uncertainty, but it's very fulfilling again because with this process, I mean, right now I'm like figuring out how to hire people. I am like gone through like so much like legal stuff recently. But yeah, it's pretty stressful, and honestly, like I think it's pretty good because I feel like I dealt with a lot of things that is just like so much harder than like the average kid my age would go through, and that just like becomes like so much hardening, and I think that like is really fulfilling. I think like happiness and fulfillment comes from like really just like that delta between your highest states and your lowest states, right? And you know, finding peace and control and overcoming like these obstacles, I think bring like and really highlight those like high points, right? It's like, oh wow, I'm like really happy I overcame these things.
Yeah, it's the school of life sometimes is more challenging than school. Great. I just want to quickly mention that to everybody in the room and online that the Slido is open in case you feel like asking our guests some questions as we go. Yeah, is it okay with you if we bring on your TKS cohort colleague? We've got another Knowledge Society alumni here today. Jessie Pound is a second-year mechanical materials engineering student at Queen's University. Her mission is to make the world a more sustainable place through tech and entrepreneurship, and she's especially passionate about natural disasters and agriculture tech, and is currently writing a book about the future of agriculture technology. So she's going to join us on this conversation. Welcome, Jessie. Hello.
Hi.
So you can sit, like, I guess, distanced, but yeah, this is pretty good. You guys have talked before, right? But this is bringing you together for the first time at Campus Party Canada?
At Campus Party, yes. We had like breakfast this morning, and then like we walked here from the Sheridan Hotel.
Okay, great. So you're getting acquainted. That's great. So Jessie, I was hoping we could start by talking about your book that's coming out. What's it about? What is going on? When is it? When can we expect to see it on the shelves?
Yeah, so I am currently a couple chapters in a book about agriculture technology, or ag tech. And I'm sort of just talking about what the agriculture scene looks like today and what it's going to look like in the future, and sort of how it has evolved in the past like 10,000 years since agriculture practices were first implemented, and how like our growing population led to this boom and this like need for efficiency and specialization, and how that turned into some very unsustainable practices, and how that's going to impact the future of climate change, and how technology plays a role in all of that.
Wow, these are all big topics.
Yes.
And, you know, people listening might not think of, agri-tech as an obvious sort of sector to join. And I'm curious why you think that is, and maybe, what's the pitch from you about why, the folks out there who are studying and wanting to start their careers should really consider this sector as a place they can grow and thrive.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. It's definitely, I think a large part of it is because agriculture isn't, especially for the younger generation, is not a very obvious thing to look at. There's so many other things happening right now, like blockchain and artificial intelligence, which definitely is a lot flashier, I guess. But agriculture, if you look into it, it will play such a large role in whether or not we can actually stop climate change. I think it's up there with like the top two being obviously clean energy, renewables, sustainable energy production. And I think agriculture and having sustainable agriculture and being able to feed our very rapidly growing population is right up there with it. So I definitely think that younger people really should look more into it, because it's actually really interesting, and all of these technologies that we've been talking about are actually being implemented with it. So like, for example, blockchain is being used to like track the sources of different food so that you can ensure that it comes from a sustainable source, and AI is being used to help monitor crops to increase efficiency, which is a huge thing. Even just increasing efficiency by 1 to 2% in agriculture makes a huge difference. So that's a big reason why I'm writing this book, is to get the younger generation more into that.
Okay, cool. Can you tell us a little bit also about your other projects and your other agricultural work in the sector? I want to mention Project Firefly. What is it?
Yes. Project Firefly. So Project Firefly actually started through a hackathon within the Knowledge Society, which Sejal and I are both part of. And it was a moonshot hackathon, so moonshot technology being any technology that seems impossible at first. So named after like moonshot as in like when we first went to the moon. That seemed totally impossible, but it just kind of proved what humans can do if we work together. You can achieve seemingly the impossible. So that was the whole theme of the hackathon. And I was working with 2 other people from TKS from Las Vegas. And we came across this concept of using sound to put fires out. And it was started in back in 2016 by these 2 engineering students in their last year. And we were like, oh, this is really interesting. Like, where are all the updates? Like, we haven't heard about this since 2016. And we were interested in how this could potentially be used with drones. So we reached out to this company that had been very briefly mentioned in one of the few articles we saw on this technology, that were apparently trying to partner with these 2 guys to work on this with drones. And we actually figured out that they were still working on this, and they had kind of pivoted away from sound to using vortex cannons, which they're not the same as sound. They're like air pressure, so they're like rings of air that have positive pressure on one side, negative on the other side, and they sort of push and pull fire off its fuel base to contain it or extinguish it.
Wow.
And so through this hackathon, we ended up building a partnership with this company and identifying the main barriers to entry for this technology. And we ended up continuing afterwards. So we're still working on this. We're still partnered with the company. And we're very in research validation mode right now, but hopefully we'll start some technical testing within the next couple months, and then hopefully start implementing it in the real world within the next 3 to 5 years, because we definitely need it. Wildfires are becoming a lot worse due to the drier and hotter climates from climate change. So, yeah.
Wow, that's such an ambitious, amazing sounding project. I'm wishing you all the best luck with this. You both mentioned, being part of the Knowledge Society, and I'm hoping you both might be able to talk a little bit about sort of the importance of that community and learning from your peers and growing a community, in your case, Sejal. I'm curious what you think, for people who are even outside the TKS, how do you advise them to make the most of the people around them, and even if they're very different and from very different sectors?
Yeah, I can start off. I think that an earlier point I made was that the world's driven on people, and I think that was one of the biggest things that TKS has taught me. And it was during COVID, oh my God, I literally transferred to a new school, but then school went all online, and it's I don't have any friends. So what I did instead was that literally just whoever I came across that I thought was cool, was oh my God, this guy's such a cool writer, or this person's working on such a cool company. I would just message them yo, I think you're cool. You wanna talk? That led to doing a meeting a week, to a couple meetings a week, to a couple meetings a day. And I think over COVID it did a couple hundred to near 500 meetings with all sorts of different people who I thought were interesting. And that's one thing that I think that TKS was really helpful with in sort of getting that ball rolling. Initially when we first started, it's okay, you want me to meet people on the internet? But what that led to was a lot of, again, serendipity and amazing life-changing opportunities and relationships that I've built. Right? Not only just connecting with people, but developing that relationship so that they want to help you in your career or in your own life. And yeah, one thing that I did was that I just added everyone's emails. I send them a calendar invite, and we do the call, get their email after, add them to my newsletter, and I just started sending them monthly updates. Oh, here's what I'm working on right now. Oh, I did this video competition. Oh, I got a finalist. But what that actually led to was interesting, and here's another earlier example of serendipity, where just by connecting with random cool people on the internet and then updating them frequently, some of them were oh, Sejal's getting into very creative things, right? I have a friend who wants someone very creative to work on their project, and and from that, I just got a bunch of like inbound requests of like, oh, do you want to edit a video? Do you want to build my company's website? And I'm like, okay, for $500, $1,000, and that was actually like the first like I think like contracting business I created, and then it got to a point where like so many people were like asking me and referring me, because relationships, they refer you to different people that they know. And then I was like, okay, this is too much for me. Let me hire and train up like other peers to do it. So built like my first like agency. It's called like Sigil Digital. Not Sigil, my name's Sigil, but Sigil, it's the word. But yeah, and then worked on that for a period of time.
Okay. Cool. That sounds very like, you know, it was really good on the investment in the time in those relationships. And what about for you?
Yeah, I mean, building relationships and a community of like-minded people is so important. As someone who did TKS a bit later, I did it in my first year of university. There was such a huge difference in just my standards for myself. In high school, a lot of my friends, the goal was just to sort of get good grades, get into a good university. And coming into TKS, everyone was just so highly motivated on working on things that actually had an impact and that they were passionate about. And they were already, you know, having these amazing opportunities. People who were already in, like, crazy people in the field were, like, in their network. And it just completely changes your standards. So, like, ensuring that who you surround yourself with matches the highest, like, the craziest version of yourself, who you want to be, is so important. And even if not through TKS, like, do it through LinkedIn, do it through Twitter, you know, just reach out to people and set up like 5 meetings a day like Sigil, and it makes such a big difference.
Right on. You mentioned university, and this was a question that I had for both of you. How do you advise those who are still in university and in school to make the most of it while they can before they take a gap year?
I think Jesse can answer this question better.
Yeah, I think it's very important if you're doing university, like, to just really reflect on what your values are and reflect on what the intention is behind going. So for me, for example, the intention wasn't to go to university and ace all my courses. The intention is to go to university, build a really cool network, just have the experience of being with all these people who are similar in age to you at a very similar time, where you're just trying to figure things out, what's going on in your life, and use the resources that come with university to your biggest advantage. So like, if your priorities are to like going to grad school, for example, then yeah, maybe you should focus more on your grades and everything. But I think for me and for a lot of people who are interested in entrepreneurship, it's more about building that network and then, I don't know, finding a co-founder and taking some time, like maybe take away 10% of the time you spend studying and focus that on doing a side project. And then maybe that side project turns into like a business, and then you drop out of university. You don't need that degree. You know, like I don't think a degree is as important. You can be super successful without one. Like, look at Sigil. He's already started a company.
I was about to say his face is giving it away. Do you have anything to add to this from the other side?
I think fundamentally, like regardless of where you are, just like seek understanding like what you truly enjoy and want, and then optimize for that. And it's easy to get caught up in like a rat race or just like what everyone else is doing around you. It's like, what do you want to do? Go for it, and you'll get it, and you'll be so much happier.
Right on. I'm so sad we're out of time because you guys are so cool. But can you let the people know where they can find you, connect with you, stay in touch?
Yeah, you can find me. You can visit my website, sigilwen.ca, or check out my YouTube channel, SIGILWEN. It's on YouTube. And also, I think like, yeah, the sites there, they show my socials.
Oh, nice.
Pew, pew.
There's all your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, best place to reach out to me would be through LinkedIn probably, and I have a Calendly link on there, so feel free to set up a meeting with me.
And when can we expect your book?
I am planning hopefully by summertime.
Okay,
hopefully.
cool. Well, I'm going to keep my eyes out for sure. Thank you both for coming. Good luck with all of your projects, and it's been such a delight to talk to you. Thanks for being at Campus Party Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, my next guest here has a PhD in sociology and is a software developer at Shopify. He co-founded Operación Serenata. Oh God, I'm gonna have to get him to say that. Operación Serenata de Amor. I hope I said that right. An amazing bot that we will talk about in just a minute. He's passionate about culture, open source, and politics. He uses tech to embrace the political world and moving the needle with civic technology for institutions like the World Bank and Open Knowledge Brazil. Please join me in welcoming Eduardo Carucas to the stage. I'm sorry, I misnamed your bot. What is your bot's name? Hey, say the right name.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. The bot's name, she's Rosie. And
Rosie.
The project, you said it well.
Oh.
Serenata de Amor. Yeah.
Serenata de... I gotta work on that. How are you doing today?
So far, so good.
Good. I love talking with you, so I'm sad we only have 15 minutes, but
Okay.
can you please start by telling our crowd here and online just quickly, who you are and what you do?
Okay, so long story short, as I was introduced, I'm a sociologist, and I've been coding since I was a kid, so it's been a while now. And lately, I would say in the last almost 10 years, I've been trying to do both things together, which means looking through the words with the lens of a sociologist on, so trying to understand what's going on out there in terms of power, in terms of people, institutions. But my main tool to do something in the world has been coding, has been writing software.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And my next question is very basic, but you are an expert in civic technology. So I'm hoping you can explain to us sort of what that is and why everyone should be thinking about it as technologists.
Okay. Yeah, I think when we say civic, I don't know exactly what goes together. Like, what your mind is thinking about when you say the word civic. Even if you go to the academia, to the scholars, they can write like tons of books about it, and they will disagree. But in my mind, it's a very simple thing about being political and being yourself and fighting for your values. And of course, you can do it in different ways. You can like write up ads in the newspapers. You can have your own. Maybe your followers online, etc. Or you can use technology to make some statements. And I'm the one using technology to put out in the world things I believe in, to have my voice in the world, in values, things that usually would go in an op-ed thing. Maybe I can write software about it.
Okay, cool. So what kind of things, can you tell us about Rosie just quickly? What kind of things you've put in the world to get into the civic space?
Sure, yeah. Rosie, she's a proof of concept. In Brazil, we have a lot of open data from the government. And most of this data is not easy, or it doesn't really worth it to look at, because it's like small expenses from Congress people, like meals, for example, tax cab rides, etc. So if you think about the salary of someone who'd be like checking line per line of a massive, like a 3 million rows spreadsheet or something, it wouldn't pay off. It would be like too much cost of a human doing this, for a human to do this, sorry. And then we decided it would be nice to have a bot to do this. And that's basically Rosie. She was an artificial intelligence bit that would understand parts of Brazilian laws regarding this kind of money, goes through massive amounts of open data, and flag what was suspicious. And when she flags, she tweets and asks Brazilians, like, hey, can you take a look at this? I think this is suspicious. I need help to, like, maybe I'm wrong, like, maybe I'm right. So she's bringing awareness of those of public money, actually.
Okay.
How we're being using this in the Brazilian government.
And keeping people accountable. So a little bot with a lot of power. Where do you see opportunities for the technologists and the students and the people listening today to sort of meet at the intersection of whatever they're studying with politics? How can young people sort of mobilize their tools in spaces like the government to make a difference?
Yeah. Actually, technology is pretty powerful in terms of politics. For those who were here before on the previous talk, Don Tapscott showed a book about capital and the age of surveillance, and most of it is powered by technology itself. One kind of technology that was also criticized in that talk that is pretty much centralized. So, when you think about what's going on online, is that things that we might assume they are pretty neutral, they are like just mathematical models and stuff, they are getting into our lives, into our cultures and values, so they are not neutral anymore. We are using algorithms to express our views in the world. So I do believe that every tech project has a potential to be political, and actually it's more than the potential. You have to choose to see it or not. If you don't see it, it will still be political, because when someone takes some bot or some software and use it, it starts to be political. It's impossible to disentangle then.
I think maybe, people get nervous about mixing, business and politics sometimes, just because, politics is such it's everywhere, but, there is, especially when you're starting out your career, there's maybe a little bit of a hesitation, but you're sort of advocating that people should take what they know and apply it. And I'm curious, why they should take it over the line and get a little bit uncomfortable or like play in the political space. Why is it important to do this?
I think it's important because it's unavoidable. So it's going to happen, like it or not. It's going to happen. So there are like interesting research being written, and this is not new. Like, if you look to the electricity industry in the U.S., so we were talking about Nikola Tesla and Bell and etc. It was already there, a struggle of power going on, like which model would survive, the centralized production we have today or the decentralized one. And it wasn't a technical decision that happened. It was how those two kind of sides of the thing were connected to people in power. So even if you don't take a shot, somebody will, and this makes technology political.
And it may as well be you, I guess.
Yeah. So if someone's is gonna take the shot, why not you? That's you summarize it pretty well.
That's cool. There's a lot of young people, who are listening, who are here, and I'm curious, what advice you have for them. You took sort of an atypical path where you are. What kind of advice do you wish someone had told you when you were like merging all of these disciplines and sort of making a career for yourself when you were starting this journey? What advice would have been very helpful?
Well, I think it would be like to be very hands-on and try things and because sometimes we think too much maybe, and sometimes have a lot of ideas and we don't really ponder on them, or maybe just discard, oh no, I'm not that bright, or I'm not that audacious or whatever. So I would say like be hands-on, like try something, show to your friends, tweet about it, like we're just now listening about the power of like showing yourself on social media. So I think it's the combination of both, being hands-on so you have something to show, have something to talk about, some experience to share, and go out there and share and talk about it.
And you started in a very interesting space. You started in swimming, of all things. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, I think my very first public website was me as a high school swimmer. And we were talking about like late 90s. It was really difficult for us to know what's how the next competition is going to be. We knew like people going to Olympic Games, how fast they were swimming, but what about the guy I'm competing with in, I don't know, the next weekend? So I started with a friend in my town. local swimming news website, and I think it was really cool to see technology helping me in a very tangible way. Like it was the kind of news I would like to see in the world, but it wasn't there. And then we started to creating it.
Okay, so you dove right in. Har har. Dove right into it. I had to. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. By the way, everyone, the Slido's open if you want to ask better questions than me. Feel free and go ahead. You know, when we were talking previously, you mentioned something, I believe it's in your PhD thesis. You're talking about the bright side and the dark side of tech and sort of where you felt you sat between these two poles. And I'm hoping you could go a little bit more into that, because I think, you know, it is a preoccupation of a lot of people who are in the technology space about, you know, how to use it to do good and, you know, do no evil. And there's a lot of sort of darker things that are existing in this space. And where do you land in there, and how do you stay motivated about the work and about the space?
Yeah. I think maybe if I bring an example, it would be more tangible. So, like, you're right, it was on my PhD, I was studying the political impacts of crowdfunding on society. And in a nutshell, there is a lot of potential in crowdfunding. Again, just in the stage here, we had some examples, but like it enables new things to happen, things that wouldn't be allowed in the mainstream, things like the most common example in crowdfunding is like music. Like, so people, the big labels don't want to make an album for, they can now have their album if they go on Kickstarter or any of those big platforms out there. So there's a lot of new things. You can kind of harvest your influence on social media and transform it into tangible projects. But at the same time, there are a lot of other things going on. So if you think if you think about the power of the old labels in the recording industry, now this kind of crowdfunding platforms, they have the same label. I have to use Kickstarter as an example. So it's another way to have someone in the middle regulating the marketing, regulating what can exist in the world and what cannot. If you depend on social media, which was my second example, you are somehow still tied to filter bubbles and like this kind of echo chamber created by most of the social media. Even if you don't have too much interference of algorithms, like Facebook, for example, it's just a chronological timeline.
Right.
You still decide who to follow and probably can filter who follows you, etc.
I like that you still called it Facebook. I think we're supposed to jump on board
right?
to Meta, but I like how I haven't heard a single person do that today. That's so funny. So your vision in the future is that we're going to use, you know, our brains and our power, you know, for good, and to move the needle in the best way possible towards, you know, using tech for good. I guess my last question, or I guess one of my questions about that is, just how you can go about sort of everybody in their own, you know, with their own background, how they can contribute, even though that there are these like giants that are already in the space. Mm-hmm. Where do you make your mark? Is it about making a bot? Is it about doing your own websites? Like, how can you move the needle in the right way?
I think number one would be awareness. So try to understand what's going on. So why do we have this service for free? Again, social media is the social network, is the most common example. So like being aware of how those things work, how you are making Mark Zuckerberg richer is a good question to start with. And second, if you have some idea, just try not to hold back and try it out and like be hands-on. Even if you don't code, there's a lot of tools that you can make some bots or some AI, play around with AI, even if you are not a data scientist or a computer programmer. Just try it out, see how it goes. You understand better how technology is more than you think the foundation of most of the relationships right now in society,
cool.
including power relationships.
Right on. So like critical thinking, apply yourself, just do it. I guess
Yeah.
that's my big takeaway from this. Well, I really appreciate you coming to Campus Party Canada to talk to me. It's nice to meet you in real life.
Yeah.
Where can people find you and follow you and stay in touch with you if they want to learn more about your work?
Okay, yeah. So first, thanks for Campus Party. I think this is my fourth or fifth, and of course, the first one in Canada, which is great. Well, so we can continue this conversation on the social networks that I've been criticizing. So my nickname is Kuducus, Cuducos, and probably you can find me in all of them. If you can find me, probably I don't use that one, so just jump to the next one. I'll be there, probably.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Eduardo, for being here. It's really nice to talk to you.
Thank
Let's
you.
Give it up. So, right now, I am going to invite the organizer of Campus Party Canada to take the stage. Please welcome Giuliano.
Hello. So we are just waiting to confirm if we can get William back on the feed, on the streaming. William is in Malawi right now, and we're having some technical issues with his connection there. Can you? Hello?
Online. Yeah, exactly.
The connection? No? Okay. Hello? Hello?
So,
Hello? Okay, so we're going to move to the next part of the program, and we're going to keep trying to connect William so we can have the interview about moving windmills. William is a very interesting character in this whole sustainability context because of his personal story in founding the Moving Windmills, which is helping many regions in Africa right now. So we're going to keep trying. He's on Malawi right now, in Malawi, so we're going to keep trying. As soon as we can get him back on the stage. So my pleasure to bring on stage our colleague Florian Sogues.
Hey,
Bienvenue,
bonjour.
Florian.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci Giuliano. J'improvise un petit peu, c'est un peu moins organisé, mais je vais vous présenter quand même. C'est la seule fois de la journée que je vais monter sur scène. Je vais revenir pour les questions, mais c'est la seule conférence que je vais animer moi-même. Aujourd'hui, je reviens demain, je t'ai promis. Mais mes prochains invités, c'est quand même des gens qui sont très très cool et que je voudrais que vous fassiez du bruit pour eux. Le premier d'entre eux, c'est Mehdi Ben Boubaker. Et Mehdi Ben Boubaker, c'est assez hallucinant quand on lit sa biographie. Il a tout fait dans le domaine de la créativité numérique. Il a été cinéaste, il a été entrepreneur, il a été en communication, il a fait des effets spéciaux. Aujourd'hui, il est le directeur général du Printemps numérique et il œuvre à développer la créativité numérique à Montréal. Il fait beaucoup de travail pour ça. Et puis, il a invité quelqu'un pour venir avec lui qui s'appelle Michaëlle Aubourg. Michaëlle Aubourg, elle est développeuse, c'est une jeune créatrice qui est une ambassadrice du programme Technovation qui a participé il y a quelques années. Et ils vont monter sur scène aujourd'hui pour nous parler d'inégalité des chances dans le domaine du numérique et de ce que ça fait à ce niveau-là. Mehdi, Michaëlle, je vous invite à monter sur scène et à me rejoindre. Puis moi, je vous laisse. À tantôt.
Hello. Donc on est solo.
Oui, ça se voit. Je suis très contente d'être ici.
Moi également.
Échanger avec toi.
Est-ce qu'on se mettrait, est-ce qu'on se
Ouais, je pense que c'est mieux.
Je ne sais pas pour les caméras si c'est pas bon là, on nous dira. Mais c'est un grand plaisir d'être avec toi maintenant. Je ne sais pas ce que toi tu me présentes, moi je te présente. Que penses-tu? On se présente chacun. On est grand. Ok. Donc mon nom est Mehdi Ben Boubaker. Je suis le directeur général du Printemps numérique, qui est une organisation à but non lucratif dont la mission première est de travailler sur les questions de transformation numérique. On a un volet professionnel, un volet jeunesse extrêmement important où on agit dans plusieurs régions du Québec. Michaëlle?
Donc, je m'appelle Michaëlle Aubourg et je suis une étudiante au Cégep en sciences. Et je suis aussi une des ambassadrices de Technovation Montréal. Et j'y ai participé 2 fois. Technovation, c'est un programme et un concours international qui initie les filles à la technologie et à l'entrepreneuriat.
Voilà. Et puis, quand on a commencé à travailler un petit peu, à réfléchir sur cette petite session autour des inégalités numériques, on s'était dit, ça serait chouette de le faire en fait en discussion, en entretien, que de venir de donner des vérités toutes faites. Alors, je pense que l'idée, c'était que c'est toi qui mène un petit peu le bal. Fait que je vais te laisser prendre le bâton de pèlerin, c'est à toi, Michael.
Parfait. Donc, premièrement, je voulais juste te dire que je me sens tellement choyée d'avoir un moment pour échanger avec toi sur les inégalités numériques, parce que j'utilise mes appareils numériques tous les jours. J'utilise mon ordinateur, mon iPad, mon téléphone. Je suis constamment exposée à des publicités de voitures super techno, des nouvelles montres intelligentes. Et de savoir que le numérique peut être un vecteur d'inégalité, c'est assez alarmant. Et la première fois que j'ai entendu le terme fracture numérique, la première chose à laquelle j'ai pensé, c'est le manque d'accès. À des appareils numériques et à Internet. Mais j'ai comme cette intuition que c'est plus profond que ça. Est-ce que je me trompe?
Pas réellement. C'est vrai que c'est un peu plus profond, mais c'est surtout un peu plus large. Okay. Dans le fond, quand on parle de fracture numérique, on parle souvent d'usage, de connaissances et d'accès. Donc il y a les questions de compétences, il y a les questions d'usage, d'utilisation, puis il y a les questions d'accès, donc d'infrastructure. Les choses les plus visibles sont souvent les questions d'accès, donc est-ce qu'on a ou pas Internet, ou est-ce qu'on a ou pas les équipements, mais les compétences et surtout, je te dirais, l'usage sont un peu plus subtils, oui, dans leur compréhension. Tu sais, avant, on parlait beaucoup d'inégalités ou de fractures numériques entre le Sud et le Nord, entre les pays du Sud et les pays du Nord. Et puis, avec le temps, on se rend compte que c'est peut-être un peu plus complexe que ça. Parce que même dans les pays du Nord, on a des situations où il faut vraiment s'y intéresser, où on voit ces questions d'inégalité jaillir. Et ça, c'est juste cette portion-là. Je vais en revenir tantôt sur peut-être une autre question si on a le temps. Mais quand on voit, par exemple, les questions d'inégalité, je pense qu'on me demande d'enlever. Alors, non, je vais garder ma casquette, si on veut bien, puis je vais la tourner. Ça va? Ok, cool. Alors, donc, je reviens à ma question en fait, cet élément de fracture. Quand on a fait... on a travaillé sur un projet qui s'appelle Jeunesse QC 2030, sur lequel on travaille notamment avec le secrétariat à la jeunesse ici au Québec. Et donc on a pu voyager dans le fond dans plusieurs quartiers à Montréal, mais aussi dans plusieurs régions.
Donc c'est à côté de chez nous, là, c'est nos voisins finalement.
Oui, quand on est à Montréal, c'est sûr que quand on va, c'est pas nécessairement les mêmes usages, ni les mêmes compétences quand on est au centre-ville, Ville-Marie, ou qu'on est dans le plateau, quand on est à Montréal-Nord, il y a des utilisations qui sont un peu différentes. Mais on est allé plus loin dans le sens où on est allé dans plusieurs régions du Québec avec des activités qu'on appelle café numérique, où on amène les jeunes à considérer la technologie, à les amener à regarder la tech d'une façon différente, à toucher au code, à jouer avec, à être presque un peu organique. Et donc on est allé dans plusieurs régions, notamment en Abitibi par exemple, le Lac-Saint-Jean, tout ça. Et on est allé aussi dans des réserves, dans des réserves autochtones, notamment chez mes amis à Tikamek, donc à Manawan, à Obidjiwan, à Wimotachi. Puis on a pu, dans le fond, en activant ces cafés numériques, en travaillant, en jouant avec la technologie, avec les jeunes, on a pu constater certaines différences dans l'utilisation, certaines différences aussi par rapport même à l'accès, quand on parle de régions éloignées. Pour moi, par exemple, la question d'Internet, ce n'est pas un luxe. Internet, ce n'est plus un luxe. C'est un droit. Parce que pour exercer actuellement notre citoyenneté, ça te prend un accès à Internet. C'est pas vrai que on ne peut pas gérer l'accès avec une logique purement économique. Est-ce que c'est rentable ou pas? Non, il faut qu'on rajoute une autre portion. Est-ce que c'est équitable ou pas?
Mais quand tu parles de citoyenneté, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire par là? Qu'est-ce que ça englobe, en fait, la citoyenneté?
Ben, la citoyenneté, c'est la portion participation.
OK.
C'est cet élément-là de comment j'interagis, comment je participe dans la vie de la cité. Bon, et ça, c'est à différents égards. Tu sais, si on revient pas très loin là avec la pandémie, tiens, on a vu, mais peut-être sur cette question-là, j'aimerais ça t'entendre plus toi, parce que comment toi tu as vécu cette, par exemple, avec la pandémie, les écoles qui fermaient, puis l'utilisation des outils, comment tu l'as vu autour de toi?
Mais en fait, juste avant, j'aimerais ça revenir sur une chose que tu as dit, ensuite je vais lier ça avec la pandémie. Par rapport à la fracture, parce que là, on a divisé ça entre l'accès à l'appareil et l'utilisation. Ça, ce serait comme 2 niveaux de fracture numérique. Et moi, ce que je me demande, c'est si on pourrait diviser la portion utilisation en 2. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut savoir, une fois qu'on a l'appareil, il faudrait savoir utiliser l'appareil numérique. Ouais. Et ensuite, il y a comme cette notion de citoyenneté numérique qui serait peut-être plus liée à la pensée critique ou la connaissance des lois qui régissent le numérique ou même comment se protéger, la vie privée. Ouais. Mais à mon école, justement, mon école secondaire, on avait des iPads. Donc, dès que la pandémie a frappé, ça a pris quelques jours avant qu'on s'adapte. Et j'ai pu poursuivre mes apprentissages super rapidement. Mais ce n'est pas la situation de tout le monde. Nous, on avait eu le temps premièrement, on avait accès aux appareils. On a eu le temps de se familiariser avec les outils numériques, éducatifs. On savait comment mettre des documents, disons, en ligne. Donc, ça a été assez facile. Là, je ne dirais pas est-ce qu'on a atteint le niveau, est-ce qu'on a développé un sens critique parfait pour détecter si les informations sur le net sont bonnes ou mauvaises, je ne sais pas. Mais je pourrais dire qu'on a atteint un assez bon niveau. Mais je pense que l'inégalité, justement, ça peut... On l'a vu avec la pandémie, parce qu'il y a d'autres écoles pour qui ça a pris beaucoup plus de temps avant de poursuivre...
à se remettre en salle.
C'est ça.
À se remettre en salle. Ben, c'est un peu ce qui... En fait, c'est quelque chose qui est un peu répandu dans le sens où l'utilisation, avec la pandémie, il y a eu une accélération des usages. Et donc, beaucoup d'outils qui étaient là avant, dont on parlait avant, qu'on pouvait utiliser ça avant, mais avait comme une réticence, une résistance au changement justement, puis à l'utilisation, on ne voyait pas l'utilité. Et l'humain est comme ça, c'est avec l'utilité, c'est avec le besoin dans le fond qu'un usage peut changer. Et l'utilisation donc de ces outils-là peut avancer. Il y a une chose aussi à prendre en considération dans toute cette question-là, c'est la nature de la bébête. C'est-à-dire que on parle d'une révolution, d'accord? Avec le numérique, c'est un peu c'est une révolution qui change notre façon d'être, notre façon de fonctionner. On avait le temps avant. Quand on parle de la révolution industrielle, par exemple, on avait le temps de voir les changements possibles, l'incidence sur nos vies, l'incidence sur notre travail, sur nos outils avec lesquels on travaille, puis le fonctionnement de la société en général. Ce n'est pas le cas avec la technologie.
C'est extrêmement rapide.
C'est extrêmement rapide parce qu'on se bat contre des processeurs. Et sur ce terrain-là de calcul, là, je pense qu'on devrait choisir d'autres combats. Fait que la transformation, le changement est rapide et c'est là où le bas blesse. Donc, quand on parle d'inégalité, il y a ces inégalités-là qu'on a évoquées maintenant. Donc, on parle des inégalités d'accès d'usage et de compétences, mais on peut pousser la machine un peu plus loin et la réflexion un peu plus loin. Et peut-être que étant donné qu'on est dans un forum de réflexion aussi, c'est de voir qu'est-ce qui nous attend. Parce que les inégalités sont exacerbées par d'autres choses. Et je peux peut-être amener un ou deux éléments. Notamment, par exemple, je prends la question de fiscalité. Le numérique peut, d'accord, moi je suis juste en préambule là, j'adore la technologie. Je suis un techeux, j'aime le potentiel, les possibles. J'ai commencé avec un Commodore 64, les plus de 150 ans savent c'est quoi. C'est une blague. Mais reste que, malgré mon amour pour ces possibilités-là, il faut qu'on reste vigilant sur les incidences que ça peut être, peut amener le numérique dans nos vies. Et notamment, donc, on prend le cadre de la fiscalité. Traditionnellement, on avait des structures, une façon de faire dans nos sociétés qui était que, bon, il y a les impôts, d'accord, il y a des citoyens, il y a des entreprises, il y a un gouvernement, tout dépend de son palier, et puis tu as une façon de gérer les affaires du collectif, du commun, qui est de prélever des impôts, puis de injecter ces impôts-là dans des projets, infrastructures et tout ça, qui vont équilibrer le fonctionnement de la société et faire en sorte qu'on avance, mais qu'on avance plus ou moins équitablement. Est-ce que nous sommes dans ce schéma-là maintenant? Je me permets quelques doutes, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'organisations, d'entreprises qui sont en train de développer, de vendre des services, d'instaurer des marchés et de définir des façons de faire, mais qui ne versent pas dans la communauté, qui ne contribuent pas correctement, équitablement dans les communautés auxquelles ils travaillent. Ce n'est pas je ne pense pas que la majorité de ces acteurs-là l'ont voulu dès le départ. Mais c'est juste que, ce que je disais tantôt, c'est que c'est une révolution qui va très vite. C'est-à-dire que, point de vue fiscal, point de vue réglementaire, point de vue réflexion de la communauté, peut-être qu'on n'a pas eu le temps encore de réfléchir à ces choses-là. Mais fait est de constater actuellement que si on n'a pas les moyens justement d'outiller ceux qui n'ont pas les moyens de les avoir, de former ou de donner des compétences à ceux qui en ont besoin, ben ça prend des sous, ça.
Oui, mais quand on parle d'outiller ceux qui n'ont pas, on parle de qui est plus vulnérable en fait à...
Bonne question. C'est une excellente question parce qu'en fait on a travaillé, je t'ai parlé tantôt des cafés numériques, et quand on se déployait un peu partout, on avait donc on faisait de la recherche en parallèle, on avait une postdoctorante avec nous, puis on faisait de la relevée de données. On le faisait gentiment, là, à la place d'avoir un formulaire plate, oui, non, tout ça, on avait conçu un jeu avec une école de jeux vidéo aussi, et donc en jouant, on était en train de répondre à des questions et tout. On est passé par le côté éthique, on posait les gens savaient que c'était aussi pour la recherche, mais on voulait une façon plus cool, plus chouette à faire cela. Bref, on a récolté énormément de données, puis ça nous permet d'avoir puis la recherche, elle est disponible sur le site du Printemps numérique, on peut la télécharger. Donc ceux et celles qui sont intéressés par ce contenu-là, il est gratuit, il est disponible. Et donc, en fait, il y a plusieurs types d'inégalités que nous avons observées, de vulnérabilité. Appelons ça comme ça, la vulnérabilité. On parle de vulnérabilité socio-territoriale, par exemple.
Okay.
Donc, la composante sociale d'un groupe peut influencer. L'accès, en fait, le niveau d'éducation global autour de soi peut influencer sur l'usage, donc sur l'accès à l'outil. Il y a le territoire, c'est-à-dire que, mettons exemple, si on est par exemple dans une réserve au nord, où on n'a pas accès donc à la fibre optique, puis on a un accès vraiment très primaire. Là, j'étais dans des endroits où on parlait de kilo-octets. Tu sais, je me disais, mais est-ce qu'on était rendu dans les années 90? Mais malheureusement, c'est encore le cas. Le fédéral actuellement est en train de faire énormément de choses pour connecter ces communautés-là. Fait que ça avance, mais je pense qu'il faut que ça aille encore plus vite.
Mais justement, parlant du gouvernement qui essaie justement de pallier à la fracture numérique, quelles seraient les solutions pour combler les lacunes qu'il y a?
Les lacunes qu'il y a actuellement sur le terrain? Ben, je pense que c'est un travail collectif. Comme je dis tantôt, donc il y a des éléments sur lesquels on peut agir rapidement. Comme par exemple les questions, rapidement, comme les questions de compétences et les questions d'usage surtout. L'usage, c'est de la sensibilisation. C'est ce qu'on est en train de faire maintenant. Il faut s'en occuper de cette chose-là parce qu'elle a un impact énorme sur nos vies. Et les jeunes notamment, il faut qu'on s'en occupe, il faut que les jeunes s'en occupent parce que c'est un facteur important dans le développement, pas uniquement actuel, mais futur de nos communautés. Donc il y a la question d'usage, il y a la question des compétences, et là c'est la formation. Quand tu parlais de la question par rapport au public, il y a un des publics par exemple sur lequel nous, puis moi personnellement je travaille beaucoup, c'est les filles. C'est la présence des femmes dans les milieux technologiques. Vous savez, actuellement on est entre 10 et 20% la présence des filles dans les milieux de technologie. C'est effrayant, c'est vraiment pas chouette. Ça amène des enjeux de créativité. Parce que une communauté, enfin n'importe quel groupe, le plus qu'il est divers, le plus que la créativité est là. Et quand on parle de technologie, un des éléments transcendants et phares et donc comme moteur de développement de ces secteurs-là, c'est la créativité. Donc la non-présence ou le peu de femmes actuellement, ça fait c'est pas chouette pour ces écosystèmes-là. L'autre chose, c'est l'équité. Les femmes ne sont pas là où l'argent est en train de se faire. Donc tous les combats qui ont été faits avant, les filles risquent de le perdre parce que elles ne sont pas là. Là maintenant, on sent bien, avec le travail fait enfin pas juste par nous, là, il y a plusieurs organisations qu'on est en train de travailler sur ces questions-là. Il y a un peu plus de sensibilisation. Il faut travailler aussi sur les questions de rétention. Donc comment garder les filles qui entrent en technologie dans certaines entreprises, parce qu'il y a des compagnies qui ne sont pas articulées pour une présence diverse comme celle-là. C'était quoi la question?
Oui, justement, j'allais te dire que je suis assez d'accord avec toi, puisque en ce moment, la technologie est dans tellement de sphères sociétales. On peut penser à social, économique, politique, artistique, en fait culturel. Et si la diversité n'est pas présente pour justement, n'a pas accès au numérique, il ne peut pas avoir un certain savoir par rapport à ça, ce n'est pas tout le monde qui pourra contribuer à faire avancer la société ou à contribuer à la révolution numérique qu'entreprend la société. Et j'aimerais ça faire une analogie un peu avec un building qu'il faudrait construire. Si il y a juste des petites personnes qui construisent le building, à chaque fois qu'une grande personne voudra rentrer, elle sera trop grande pour passer le cadre de porte.
J'aime beaucoup ton analogie.
Et c'est un peu la même chose avec la technologie.
Absolument.
L'important, c'est qu'il y ait une diversité de taille de personnes pour que le building soit adapté au plus de personnes possible. C'est la même chose pour la technologie. Je pense que le plus de diversité on a, le mieux c'est parce que la technologie peut justement être biaisée. Ouais. Elle peut être discriminatoire aussi.
Absolument.
Et en s'assurant qu'on a une diversité chez les créateurs d'outils numériques, on empêche justement les conséquences néfastes que ça peut avoir. On évite d'exclure certains groupes de la révolution numérique.
Absolument, puis on le voit beaucoup dans tout ce qui est sciences de données. C'est avec l'intelligence artificielle, toutes les questions des biais. Parce que si on n'a pas cette diversité-là, et donc dans le développement même et dans les éléments avec lesquels on est en train d'entraîner les algorithmes, on va avoir des biais. Et ces biais-là sont souvent générateurs d'énormément justement donc de fractures et d'inégalités. Absolument.
Ouais.
Je suis complètement d'accord et j'adore beaucoup cette analogie. Oui, 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 parce que, enfin, c'est pour ça, en fait, l'importance de la diversité. Quand on parle, par exemple, de la présence des filles, des femmes en technologie, je trouve que l'exemple illustre bien le besoin, dans le fond. C'est que, au-delà de l'iniquité financière, au-delà de cette qui n'est pas du tout acceptable, c'est aussi une question de créativité, c'est aussi une question d'efficacité de nos organisations et nos entreprises et la recherche. Est-ce que, par rapport aux inégalités, c'est sûr que est-ce que c'est un vecteur, est-ce que la technologie, est-ce que le numérique, pour revenir donc à notre propos premier, est-ce que c'est un élément un vecteur d'inégalité? Il peut l'être, mais il peut être aussi un vecteur de développement incroyable. Donc c'est juste
c'est un couteau à double tranchant.
Absolument. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec? C'est à nous de le choisir et c'est à nous de s'en occuper. Quand on parlait de participation, c'est justement dans ce sens-là. C'est-à-dire au-delà de la compétence, au-delà de l'accès, c'est l'usage qui doit être mené à bon escient. Il faut que nos jeunes s'intéressent à la chose, s'intéressent pas juste au côté chouette de la tech, donc jouer, gamer, tout ça c'est très cool. Puis moi jusqu'à présent je joue là, c'est pas une question, mais qu'est-ce que d'avoir une réflexion sur l'impact que ça peut avoir ces technologies-là sur notre environnement, par exemple, en étant dans des enjeux incroyables du point de vue développement durable et dérèglement du climat. La technologie a une incidence importante, extrêmement importante par rapport à cela. Je sais pas, je vois le temps, je ne sais pas si est-ce qu'on est correct, on n'est pas correct.
Donc, ce serait quoi, pour finir, là, un conseil que tu donnerais à la génération qu'on dit digital natives, ma génération, parce que considérant qu'on est en train de vivre une révolution numérique, qu'est-ce qu'on devrait garder en tête?
Bon, c'est sûr que dans les questions d'usage, surtout sur Internet, il y a l'information, la qualité de l'information. En tout cas, on a développé une charte, ce qu'on appelle une charte donc de la citoyenneté numérique, aussi disponible sur le site du Printemps numérique, on peut la télécharger. Cette charte-là nous amène un peu à des réflexions sur comment on utilise au fait, la technologie dans la vie de tous les jours. Et puis, entre autres, c'est les questionnements sur comment on doit être en ligne, par exemple. C'est le respect, la transparence, les questions bien sûr, qui sont fondamentales de la vérification des faits. Actuellement, tu sais, énormément de vidéos. Mettons, je prends YouTube, par exemple. Tu rentres sur YouTube, je t'en ai parlé l'autre fois. Tu rentres sur YouTube, plein de vidéos, gagnez votre vie en
5 jours.
2 heures par jour, tu fais $5 000, puis tu as la belle vie, des véhicules, des trucs. On vend du faux. On est en train d'induire toute une génération et plusieurs générations en erreur avec des fabulations marketing, alors que on peut faire autre chose avec ces technologies-là. C'est pas juste donc en fait c'est d'avoir l'esprit critique est extrêmement important. Continuer à développer, à amener ces questions à un niveau un peu plus comment dire, poussé que juste des fabulations de marketeurs, je dirais. Donc là, donc cette question-là de vérification des faits, moi, ça m'hallucine beaucoup. Puis s'intéresser à la chose. Ce n'est pas le code, c'est un langage. Il n'y a rien. Je veux dire, oui, il faut s'intéresser un petit peu pour comprendre à comment coder, si on veut coder, mais il y a plusieurs métiers là-dedans. On n'est pas tous obligés de coder. Il y a des gens qui réfléchissent, il y a des gens qui font des stratégies, il y a des gens qui travaillent justement sur les questions d'équité ou de fonctionnement. Mais on doit s'y intéresser parce que c'est quelque chose qui a une incidence directe sur nos vies. La question de fiscalité, j'ai passé très rapide là, mais elle a une incidence capital sur le développement de nos communautés. Si on n'arrive pas à aller chercher les sous nécessaires pour développer nos communautés équitablement, donc pourquoi un petit commerçant sur la rue paye ses impôts alors que d'autres qui ont beaucoup plus de revenus, qui sont en train d'utiliser donc notre territoire comme un grand supermarché, pourquoi qu'on ne peut pas régler cette question-là? C'est une question qui ne se règle pas solo, c'est-à-dire que ça ne se règle pas à l'échelle du Québec ou même du Canada. C'est une question qui doit être réglée globalement parce que il y a des mécanismes qui peuvent être activés pour sauver des sous, il faut les comprendre, puis il faut les voir. Mais encore une fois, ce n'est pas parce qu'on est contre le développement de ces entreprises. Au contraire, c'est des entreprises qui sont nécessaires. Mais ça prend juste une distribution un peu plus équitable de la richesse.
Donc, finalement, la technologie, ce n'est pas seulement une question technique, c'est aussi une question éthique.
C'est énormément une question d'éthique, effectivement.
Mais merci beaucoup. Merci pour
Michael.
cet échange.
Merci beaucoup à vous deux. Je suis désolé, je dois interrompre ça.
Y a pas de
I have to be the white man here. Ça me désole un peu d'être l'homme blanc qui vient couper votre conversation. Peut-être juste très rapidement, en 30 secondes, est-ce que vous avez l'impression que la question de la diversité, il y a certaines entreprises qui s'en saisissent un peu sur un format de diversity washing, si on peut dire? Ou est-ce que vous pensez que c'est vraiment une question qui est clé actuellement et dont les entreprises sont vraiment en train de se saisir de la bonne manière?
Mais je pense que on ne peut pas rentrer à l'intérieur bien sûr, des fonctionnements des organisations pour savoir est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui est... Mais ça se verra dans les faits. En fait, ça se verra dans la continuité des actions qui sont développées. Quand quelqu'un s'intéresse à une question une fois, puis on ne la voit pas se matérialiser dans le fonctionnement de l'entreprise ou de l'organisation, à mon sens, il y a des chances que ça soit le cas. Mais je suis d'une nature peut-être optimiste, je vois le bon partout. Fait que je pense que les gens, des fois, ils ont juste besoin d'être sensibilisés. Des fois, je dis bien, juste d'être sensibilisés puis de faire les bons calculs. C'est quand on parle, par exemple, de la présence des femmes en technologie, si on le voit uniquement d'un angle d'équité, il se peut que certaines personnes ne se bougent pas rapidement. Par contre, si on amène aussi la question, et qui est fondamentale en technologie, la question de créativité, eh bien, je pense qu'ils ont tout intérêt à bouger beaucoup plus vite.
Merci beaucoup. Michael, peut-être pour toi, je profite de ma petite minute, parce qu'on a beaucoup entendu Mehdi répondre à des questions, et puis il a un parcours qui est extraordinaire et je pense que c'est super intéressant. Mais j'aimerais aussi avoir un peu ton témoignage. Toi, tu es jeune, tu n'es pas encore rentré dans une carrière. Puis tu sais, il se passe beaucoup de choses en ce moment sur la question de la diversité, sur la question du harcèlement, par rapport à beaucoup de choses. Puis tu es une femme de couleur. Est-ce que tout ce que tu vois se passer actuellement dans les médias, ça te cause de l'anxiété par rapport à tout ça? Est-ce que tu as envie d'être là pour changer les choses? Comment est-ce que tu vis ça, toi? Et puis, tu as commencé à mettre un pied dans ce milieu de l'industrie des technologies. Qu'est-ce que serait ton conseil pour d'autres jeunes femmes comme toi qui peut-être hésitent à se lancer?
Moi, je pense que l'important, c'est d'aller au-delà de notre genre ou de la couleur de notre peau. Je sais que ça peut causer problème, ça peut être une barrière, mais si on croit profondément que ce ne l'est pas, on peut se lancer dans ce qu'on veut. Donc, ça veut dire que si une femme de couleur, une femme, disons, musulmane veut se lancer dans les technologies, il n'y a rien qui devrait l'arrêter. C'est ce que je pense. Donc, c'est pas parce qu'en ce moment, il y a beaucoup de friction dans la société concernant la discrimination, le genre, que j'arrête d'anticiper une carrière dans le domaine des sciences.
Je pense que je pense que l'audience va être d'accord avec moi, mais je vois le sourire de Mehdi, je pense qu'il est d'accord avec moi, c'est les meilleurs mots pour finir ce panel qu'on pouvait avoir. Merci beaucoup à vous deux d'avoir été là. Et puis on se revoit très bientôt, j'espère.
Merci.
Merci. Je vais maintenant appeler sur la scène. I'm going to call my good friend Giuliano on the stage. He's going to tell you what's going to happen next.
Merci beaucoup, Florian. Yeah, parfait, merci. Hello, everybody. If you're sitting out there, come join us on the main stage. We're going to have 2 amazing sessions now, one after the other, so please feel free to join us. Do we have the feed? Is it okay? So this is a very interesting story. I don't know if you saw the movie or read the book, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. It's on Netflix. You can watch tonight. William Kamukwamba, he's from Malawi, and when he was 13 years old, he saved the village from famine by using trash and pieces of his dad's bike to build a windmill and make possible for the water to flow and save off the plantation. So this is what innovation is about. Innovation is about creating things that can actually change people's lives. It can make the world a better place. So it's my pleasure to bring virtually on stage William Kamukwamba. Welcome, William.
Thank you. Thank you. It's such a great honor to participate.
William, it's a great pleasure for me to interview you because we always have the chance to interview our idols. And our idols can be the Musks, the Bransons, but you are a big idol for me because the things you did when you were 13 years old and the things you're doing for the last 10 years for Malawi and for the whole Africa, they are just remarkable. And the world needs more Williams. So can you tell us a little bit about your story, how everything happened since that moment and you realized you could do something, you can make change by being an innovator?
Thank you. So since the first windmill, I have been doing a lot of work with the windmills project. So the image that you are seeing on the screen, sometimes people think that it's me there climbing up this tower, but that's not me. That's this young guy north of my town. It's almost 4 hours drive. I went to his school to speak. I didn't show any diagrams or picture. I just talked about my windmill. But a year later, when I went there, I found this young man had built his own windmill to generate electricity for his home. So when I looked at that and I told myself that talent is like universal, but opportunities, they are not. So sometimes there's talented young people, all that they want to do something to solve the problems that they are facing in their own community. So the way that with the project right now, we want to build up a space where the space that could allow those young who are talented to design and build a product that will address the problems that they are facing in their own community.
William, when you solved that problem and you were just 13 years old, were you thinking on making this big impact that you're making in the world right now, especially in helping those regions in Malawi and in Africa to get solar energy and things like that? Did you have that in mind, or you're just trying to fix the problem? What was thinking?
My thinking at that time was just like thinking of solving the problem that we are facing. And I had no idea that one day what I was doing would take me to have this chance to be speaking with you right now. I didn't have that, but I just looked at the challenge that we are facing and seeing what can I do in order to address this problem. So that has given me the encouragement right now, where I'm continuing working on trying to find the ways, how can I be able to promote more people and also solving the problem, helping people to solve their own problems in their own community. So that's the work that we are doing. So it's sometimes it's very sad to me. I live in Malawi, where the population, majority of the population are farmers, but each and every year we still struggle to feed our population. One, because the farming technique is not very efficient and it's also not very exciting to young people. We are still using the old tools that have been used generation ago. We want to be able to change that so that we can, with simple technology, we can invent, instead of using what you are seeing on the screen, the tool that people are still using, the hoe, that takes a lot of time, and it's also, it can cause like the back pain. But we want to change into like the left tools that you are simple, replicated tools that can change the way people are doing like farming here in Malawi.
And what was the idea behind moving windmills? You've been for 10 years helping now to build schools. Is that the main driver for moving windmills? Is about helping to foster education and create new leaderships in Africa?
That's the part of it, of the moving windmills project. Part of it is to help in terms of like education, but we are more focusing on helping people to help them to design solution to their own like problems. We believe that a lot of people, they have like an idea how they can solve their own problems, but sometimes they don't have tools, they don't have the resources that they can allow them to be able to achieve that. So we are doing that through education. It's part of it, but also education, especially now when we are designing the innovation center that we want to build. We want to make sure that we will have a space that has all the tools that people need to be able to design and build tools that will directly address their challenges across the country. So education is part of it, but the education that also respond directly to the challenges that people are facing.
That's very interesting. And I was talking to some friends about this moment and the conversation we have, and telling more people about your story. And our good friend Jonathan Goldblum, is Jonathan here? He said he's going to make a donation right away to moving windmills. He said he's going to do this afternoon. So, William, how people can help you? Like, do you have a donation center? Do you have like how's the organization work, and how more people can engage and help to fund the moving windmills to pursue your goal in Africa?
Thank you. We have the website, and we are registered non-profit. We are 501c like non-profit. We are registered, so we have a donate button on our website, movingwindmills.org, and the people can reach us, can learn more about our work, and it can also connect. We want, as part of like donation, we also want to be able to connect with other organizations, either they are doing similar work that we are doing, that we can learn from, but also people that will be interested into helping, making sure that we fund the innovation center, and the innovation center can be built so that we can be able to promote more and more young people who will be able to take on the challenges that they are facing in their own communities, and we can share idea across the globe at the innovation center. So people can donate through our website, movingwindmills.org. That's where people can be able to, and they can follow us, they can learn more about our work. They can ask at any time, we'll be able to get in touch.
That's great. So everybody watching us here and watching us online, you got to go to the Moving Windmills website and you can check how you make a donation. It's very important for the Moving Windmills mission. William, the next speaker today is someone who knows you, is Anousheh Ansari. She's the CEO of X Prize Foundation, and I just spoke with her in the green room, and she was super happy to know that you will be speaking with us here today. Do you get support from folks like Elon Musk, because Elon has a big commitment on the solar energy? Have you got the chance to speak with him and get support for the foundation?
I haven't had a chance yet to speak to him, but that can be great if I can have like an opportunity to speak to him and trying to get his support to the work that we are doing with the Moving Windmills. That would be like great. And if anybody on the audience knows who can put me in touch, that would be greatly appreciated, and I'll look forward to that time.
So maybe we can create a challenge here for Campus Zeros all around the world. Maybe you can tweet to Elon Musk, and maybe we can meet here next year. William, you are like right away invited to come in person to Montreal in 2022. And as I mentioned to Olivia before, we want to bring your team from Moving Windmills to join us at Campus Party in Canada in 2022. And maybe if we can get to Mr. Elon Musk with the Twitter, and maybe the two of you can meet on stage to discuss how we can improve schools and education in Africa by providing solar energy for the poor communities. Would that be a good idea?
That would be a fantastic idea. That would be like great, and I'm looking forward to come next year to be in person, and also like bring with me some of our team to come as well. So I'll be looking forward for that time.
Yeah. So we want to set up the dates, and then we will be super happy in having you here with the team of Moving Windmills. And Campus Zeros from all over the world that are watching us now live. It's your chance. Create a nice tweet and let's get Elon to meet us here together with William next year. What a great challenge, right? What is next for Moving Windmills, William? What are the plans? What are your next steps for the foundation?
So the plan for the foundation, it's mostly we are focusing on building the innovation center. That's what we are focusing on doing. We want to make sure that the innovation center is built. So we have laid like foundation here in Malawi, starting different projects that will directly respond to the innovation center once it's open and running.
That's great. That's great. And can you tell us a little bit about, over 10 years, how many communities have you helped in? I think it's not only Malawi. You are doing a job all over Africa, right?
Mostly like the work is done like here in Malawi, but I go around talking with other people from all over the world and talking to them, sharing the idea and interacting with them with what we are doing. That's how like other people are learning, because sometimes people will email me or email us trying to figure out what we are doing with the Moving Windmills project here. But the goal here in Malawi, the work that we have been doing in the past, we have been doing work in water and sanitation and trying to be able to help out with a lot of people, and we are also now we are doing more work in terms of in the farming as well.
And how is the situation right now all over the country? Because when you were 13 years old, there was a lot less options, a lot less technologies. Are technologies more accessible now for farmers in the region? How do you see that, and how we could? What else needs to be improved to help them in the farming system in Malawi?
we are right now the people are able like, to access some sort of like technology, but we are still behind here in Malawi because most of the work is done manually. And if you're gonna be able like to plant, just imagine soybeans, it's done one by one by hand, which takes up a lot of like time. So right now we are working on trying to improve on that.
Yeah. So we have some questions from people watching us online and some people watching us here, William. So I'm going to ask one of those questions, and that's a very interesting one. Have you ever thought about what is the meaning of being known all over the world as the boy who harnessed the wind? How is that for you?
I think it's both ways. I think it's exciting and also at the same time it's very challenging. But most of the time it's very exciting because when I was building the windmill, I didn't thought that I'll be known all over the world. And when I was writing my book, I wanted to share my story with the rest of the world. I was hoping that when people will learn about my story, they might be able to like to learn something. Maybe it might solve some of the problems that they are facing on their own like community. Even though my challenge was completely different from somebody else like problems, it might be able like to help. So I wanted to share that, and knowing that a lot of people have been able to learn and read my story, it's very exciting.
Yeah, I recommend that if you can, you read the book or watch the movie on Netflix, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, and you're going to get a better sense of this amazing journey that William has been through in his life and helping many, many people in Malawi over the years. So we're going to see if we're going to have more questions from the audience. What else would you like to tell this community, William? Because in the campus party, we are a community of over 800,000 people around the world. And we've been traveling with this program for over 88 editions in many different countries. What will be your message to people working in technology and the ones creating the new technologies and creating the new things, the new tools, the new devices? What will be your message to them? What would you like to say to them for the people that are now creating technology?
One of my message that I would say is, I think for them like to continue creating like the technology that a lot of people all over the world they're going to be able like to access and they're going to be able to use, that can be able like to solve some of the challenges that people are facing. And I think there are a lot of like challenges, and I think looking at those challenges people are facing and that they are creating, seeing those as like opportunity that they can be able to come up with idea. At the same time, they are solving the problem. At the same time, they are also creating opportunity to other people and making that technology easily accessible to a lot of people.
That's amazing. So we're going to get to the end of our conversation today. What is the message you'd like to leave for our audience here and watching us online right now? What would you like to say more to them?
What I would say like to them, it's there's in everything that people try like to do, there will be a lot of like challenges, and I think those challenges they are just waiting for somebody to come up with ideas, and don't give up on the goals that you want to achieve. Doesn't matter. Maybe my challenge might be different from somebody else, but if you put up into your mind into it, you're going to be able like to achieve. You're going to be able to solve a lot of like problems that people are facing. So I think I would just say encourage anybody who is working in any different types of like technology to continue working on it, and also one thing I will encourage people to visit our website to learn more some of the work that we are doing and sharing the ideas that the work that they are doing. Also, if we can learn from them, that will also be great.
That's amazing. So the website again, Moving Windmills.
Movingwindmills.org.
Okay, movingwindmills.org. That's the website for the foundation that William created, and he's helping many people in Malawi and in Africa. So William, thanks again for the generosity and joining us for our first campus party in Canada. So we're going to be again asking Campuseros, let's tweet to Mr. Elon Musk and ask him to meet William. So maybe they can meet here at Campus Party in the future. That's going to be great. I'm sure that Don Tapscott is in the audience. He's going to help on that because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, William. We appreciate you taking your time. And again, make your donation to Moving Windmills. It's a great cause and is helping a lot of people in Africa. And if you have time tonight, go home, watch the movie, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, because that's the true story about this amazing human being that is William Kamkwamba. Innovation is about things that can change lives. Innovation is about creating a better world, and this is what William did when he was just 13 years old in Malawi. William, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure having you here, and have a good night in Malawi.
Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. It's great to participate.
So, moving to the next part of our program, I would like to invite back to stage our official presenter and my friend, Laura Beeston. Laura, please. And everybody, if you're in the back of the room, if you're playing on VR, on basketball, now it's time to come to main stage. We have an amazing session now coming up with the CEO of XPRIZE Foundation. She's going to tell a lot about her story behind being a woman in space and about what XPRIZE Foundation is trying to do in helping the world to become a better place. But I'm not going to be, ruining the session.
Oh, good.
not presenting spoilers because we have the official speaker here, Laura. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Join us here on main stage.
It's not very often you get an intro to the intro, but here we are. Our next guest is an astronaut, a high-tech serial entrepreneur, and a well-respected global leader. Anousheh Ansari is the CEO of the XPRIZE Foundation, the world's leader in designing and operating competitions to solve humanity's greatest challenges. Prior to becoming CEO of XPRIZE, Ms. Ansari co-founded and was CEO of the leading Internet of Things technology firm, Prodea Systems. And in 2006, she captured the world's attention when she embarked on an 11-day space expedition. She is the first self-funded woman to fly to the International Space Station, and we're so delighted to hear about all her adventures here at Campus Party Canada. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Anousheh Ansari.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, but I know when there's a basketball court out there, I'm very tempted to be out there playing too. I wanted to use this time to tell you a little bit about my personal life and get you to know me a little bit better, and then tell you a little bit about how I got involved with XPRIZE Foundation and my love of space and what we're doing there. And then, because I know a lot of people are interested in space, I'm going to take you a little bit into the future and how technologies are evolving in different areas and what we hope to tap into to solve humanity's grand challenges at XPRIZE and also specifically in space. So I have a 1-minute video that basically tells you my entire life in 1 minute. So I'm going to show you that first. grew up wanting to go to space. I wanted to be an astronaut. I was about 7, 8 years old that I drew this picture. I'm from Iran. I was born in Iran, a place that didn't have a space program. No one took me seriously, but I knew I would make it happen. Lo and behold, 2006, I did it. I went to space.
This journey has been wonderful.
As a young child, I would sleep outside summer nights in my grandparents' balcony, and I would gaze at the night skies. I would look at the stars and wonder, what's out there? Are there other beings out there? It was sort of a place I could let my imagination go wild and look up there and imagine new worlds. Imagination is a very, very unique gift we have as human beings. And as we grow up, we forget about it. You can make the future whatever you want it to be. So you can imagine your future. You will hear me talk about imagination a lot because I truly believe it is the greatest gift we have as human beings. This is a drawing I did when I was about maybe 8 years old. And this is a picture of my launch to International Space Station. An 8-year-old girl in Iran, and imagining a rocket ship that resembles exactly the rocket ship that took me to space. So there is something there that tells you about this power we have inside us to make things happen. And I do believe that as children, the younger we are, we tap into the power of imagination more. Unfortunately, I think we're even as young as you all are, that power is taken away or drifts away from us as we get inside these conforming social media sort of pathways that doesn't allow us to have the boldness to be different. But imagination is all about being different. I watched Star Trek. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Star Trek, but I watched Star Trek growing up, and there was this Federation of Planets and Starfleet Academy. And growing up, I thought that it will actually be true by the time I'm an adult, and I'll go apply to Starfleet Academy, and I will be a science officer. I didn't want to be the captain. I wanted to be the science officer on board Starship and go really explore our universe. And this gift of imagination as a child allowed me, when I looked up at the night skies, to see these other worlds of possibilities that drove me to wanting to become an astronaut and go to space. But of course, none of that happened. When I left Iran, I was 16, didn't speak English. I came to US. I saw there is no Starfleet Academy. There was absolutely not much happening in space since I had gone since I had seen the NASA's advancement in space program. It was very little that advanced since then, which was the shuttle program. And I didn't have any pathways to get there. So I became an engineer, an entrepreneur, a tech entrepreneur, and successfully launched a couple of companies. And when I had the opportunity to exit from my last company, I decided that I want to go back to my passion. And my passion was in space. And that's how I became involved with X Prize Foundation. On the other side of the country, in US, Peter Diamandis, another young man who wanted to go to space, read about a story of Charles Lindbergh and learned that he flew from New York to Paris to win a competition called the Orteig Prize, a $25,000 prize. So he decided that perhaps a prize is what we need to get this engine going and to create a new space program. And modeled after the Lindbergh flight, he decided to design a $10 million prize for anyone to build a spaceship to go to space. Now, this is in the late 1990s. And going to space, there was no SpaceX, there was no Blue Origin, no one talked about space. The only thing happening was at the space agencies, and it was very difficult to get to. So talking about building a rocket ship in your garage and going to space was a crazy idea. But that's what we do at X Prize. We do crazy things. So the prize he announced, he couldn't find the right sponsor for it until several years later. He eventually read an interview I did about my passion to go to space and came to me and talked to me about this. And with my family, we decided to sponsor it because as entrepreneurs, we thought, well, this is a no-brainer. As entrepreneurs, we used to hire people, pay them, tell them what we needed to build, and they would go away for 2-3 years, and maybe we ended up with what we asked them to build or not. But with this prize, they had to actually build a spaceship, send it to space twice within 2 weeks, and then we would pay them the prize money. Well, to me, that was like no-brainer, reduced risk on something very complex. So that's one of the advantages of the prize. We had 26 teams from 11 countries compete for the prize. It took 10 years to win the prize, but $100 million was invested in those teams to win the competition. The winning team was Scale Composite, headed by Burt Rutan, an incredible aerospace engineer, funded by Paul Allen from Microsoft. He invested $30 million in Scale Composite to build Spaceship One. This is Spaceship One in Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., the winning spaceship, next to Spirit of San Luis, where the inspiration came from. The design was, when they won, the design was licensed by Richard Branson, and he created Virgin Galactic from that design. Virgin Galactic went public in 2019, market cap $9 billion, $10 million price, $100 million investment in an area that no one was investing a penny, and a company from the winning team, just one team, went public, $9 billion. So you can see the multiplier effect of this type of prizes. And that repeats itself. Not only we did this, we were able to make policy changes that allowed for a whole space economy to be created. SpaceX, Blue Origin, Sierra Nevada, all the companies that are building and launching things right now, they get their launch license from the team that was put together by our insistent in 10 years to give launch license to XPRIZE team. That part of the FAA, which was a temporary group, became the division that is giving launch licenses. We work with policymakers, making sure they understand why there is economic benefit to create a commercial space program. And the benefit you've seen, especially this year, you've seen so many launches, so many activities. What SpaceX has done in reducing the cost of access to space would have never been achieved by government space agencies. So it is an amazing platform that applied and was proven through the first competition, which was going to space. We picked one of the most audacious, hardest problems to solve, and we thought that if we solve it there, we can solve it anywhere. So we've expanded our footprint and looking at solving problems, crowdsourcing innovation, crowdfunding innovation, in all aspects of challenges that humanity faces. So this is a short video I'm going to share with you that talks about XPRIZE Foundation and what we do.
The XPRIZE Foundation runs incredible large-scale competitions around the world that set very clear, measurable, objective goals. The first person to build, demonstrate this capability wins the prize money, and the world gets the benefits.
Anousheh Ansari is the CEO of XPRIZE, which sponsors competitions to solve the world's challenges.
Competitions and prizes can actually bring innovation to solve not just any problem, but really big, challenging problems.
I think we're about setting a high bar. You want to set a goal for people that's inspiring, but it's also hard.
When we're designing an XPRIZE, we're looking for something that is audacious and achievable.
Goals that are far beyond where the industry is. problems that the markets have failed to solve.
To help people really now dig into their imagination, creativity is everywhere.
We don't care who you are or where you come from. If you're able to accomplish this task, you win, and that's it.
1,000 years ago, it was only the kings and queens who could do anything on a national or regional level. Today, it's all of us. Anyone who's truly passionate, driven by a massively transformative purpose, can go and make a change in the world.
We are leveraging the genius of folks from all over the world.
The tinkers, the entrepreneurs, the engineers.
People who are not satisfied with the way things are and know that it can be better.
It's all around hopefulness. It's all about collaboration.
The long tail effect of a prize has probably as much value as the prize itself.
At every single level. I've seen things go from a paper plane to an actual spaceship.
We've seen private spaceflight revolution.
$300 million invested into the lunar economy. Over 10 million kids integrated in STEM education work.
Technology that increased the rate of cleaning up oil spills.
Technology to help keep people safe.
To make sure everyone is healthy.
Feeding people, educating people, cleaning the air, exploring the oceans or space. We're changing what people believe is possible.
We want to have an ideal future, and it's up to us to build that.
So no matter what challenge you want to solve, join us on this journey. Just don't be satisfied doing nothing.
If you walk away with one thing from this event and from this talk, I want you to think about what problems you want to solve. If those problems align with the competition we have or we will have in future, sign up, form a team, do something about it. You will not lose anything by trying, but you will lose a lot of opportunity by just sitting on the sidelines. So don't sit on the sidelines. We have launched $290 million worth of prizes in 25 prizes that we've launched. That number increased dramatically this year because we launched the largest prize ever, which was the $100 million carbon capture prize, and it was funded by Elon Musk. We launched prizes in 3 main categories: exploration, on-planet, off-planet, the human boundary, and our consciousness, related to environment, and then prizes related to human equity, food, water, health, and basic needs of humanity. These are our active prizes. One was just actually awarded the IBM Watson, but the rest of these are active and you can still participate on some of them, specifically the rainforest, the avatar competition, feeding the next billion, and carbon extraction. The avatar prize is combining AR, VR, AI, robotics technology to be able to transfer all of your senses remotely through an avatar to a remote location. The rainforest competition is about being able to analyze, understand, catalog, and drive insights for the benefit of indigenous people so they can save their habitat and the rainforest, and so we can benefit from the biodiversity that already exists there. Feed the Next Billion is to grow meat from stem cell in the lab to replace white meat in this scenario. And it's about creating a whole fillet of fish or a fillet of chicken that will resemble and be just like meat without the environmental impact and inhumane treatment of the animals. And the carbon extraction I already told you about. So let's talk about the future and some trends. Of course, future is changing rapidly. If anything, COVID has accelerated that pace of change and the pace of adoption of new technologies by many of us. So it is unpredictable. I cannot predict the future. However, I can tell you some trends, common trends that happens in our future. One is I have no doubt that future will be personalized, whether it's additive manufacturing, allowing to personalize a lot of wearables or our clothes. I traveled a lot before COVID, and I hope that I get back on the road. And my dream was that I go to my hotel room, punch a card, or I had sent actually my file ahead of time. Everything was, 3D printed for me in my room, and before I leave, I would dump it into a recycling bin, and there we go to the next destination. 3D printing food is already advancing, but more importantly, what I really enjoyed was seeing Made in Space send their first 2 3D printers to space station. And additive manufacturing will play a big role in how we actually go and build colonies and bases on the moon, Mars, and beyond. But at the same time, there's also another 3D printing happening on the space station around human organs. And if you may wonder why in space, but because we have the microgravity, when you 3D print very delicate structures, they collapse on their weight here because we're in the gravity well, we live on planet Earth. But in space station, and later on perhaps other places in space, we can 3D print organs and be able to print even very delicate biomaterial. Our future will be augmented. That is very obvious from all the AR, VR technologies that we are now a lot more used to using, and it will advance even faster now because of the way we're doing virtual work and metaverse and what's happening there. But also, augmentation is not just through visual effects. It can also be augmentation in our capabilities. So this was one of the demonstrations from MIT labs, exoskeletons that can give people that have lost ability to walk or do things and gain ability through exoskeletons. But then another step further is actually being able to control that, not physically, but with your brain waves. There's in space, we've always used robotics. The Canadarm that you guys may be familiar with is very famous robotic arm of the space station. But now astronauts would have to think about how they can incorporate some augmentation if we want to live longer in space, if we want to have a permanent base on the moon or Mars later on. Taking that one step further is, again, there's a lot of brain-to-machine interface work that's started, but now there are experiments being done on doing brain-to-brain interface. So you have the machine in between, but in a way, we can now do work that requires cognitive focus, prolonged cognitive focus that one person may not be able to do, but our collective brain power can do this together. Now, does that mean that we will end up at some point in time with the Borg Collective? If you don't know what the Borg Collective is, I'm not going to explain it to you. You have to watch Star Trek. But if I go back and watch that whole lifestyle of the Borgs, it's not something that's for me. But if we are connecting our brains and we're connecting it to a machine, is that the direction we'll take? If you ask Elon, he thinks we need to become cyborgs in future. Our future will be engineered. CRISPR technology is out there, is controversial, is being used. In certain countries, is not used. The research is limited. In some other countries, it's not. China has made great advancements in using CRISPR technology to help repair diseases that are caused by mutation in the genes in embryo. We've combined some of these types of technologies, and also now we are using AI to be able to, for example, in this case, regain sight for someone who had lost their sight. But that also means that it gives us, like we have elective surgery now, we could have elective gene editing, designer babies to make our children smarter, stronger, taller, whatever the new sort of perfect human being is in everyone's eyes. Does that mean that we will have mutations that would be elective that would look something like this? Is it possible? Are we going to go there? These are questions that we have to answer, you have to answer, and your children have to answer. Let's go to space, because that's where I am, passionately interested about what's happening. A lot of technologies and things that I've talked about rides on the Moore's law, where the capability, compute power increases and the cost decreases. Because of that, satellites that would cost millions of dollars and they would be very large now are miniaturized into CubeSats and nanosats. And these are two small satellites being actually just, they're shooting out of the space station and launched in that manner. But as they become very small, launching them also becomes, much easier, and their capabilities are equivalent, sometimes better than very large satellites. Now we also hear about many companies launching constellations of satellites. They're giving us tremendous information about our own world and how our planet is changing. We're using AI and machine learning to tap into not only this data we collect from the satellites, but also the data that has been collected in the past that we couldn't, there was so much data we couldn't actually drive insight. So AI has become a big part of exploration for human being. Not only that, if you've watched Space Odyssey, and in most sci-fi movies, there is this evil AI on board the spaceship that takes over. Well, right now, we have a nice, friendly AI on space station called Simon that helps astronauts on board space station. But in future, I think we look at space not only for exploration, for the sake of exploration, but how can we tap into this amazing resource we have out there to solve problems here on Earth? Many of the research that is done in space already has benefited humanity. Many things we use now, GPS, communication, a lot of light material we have comes from space program. But in future, perhaps we can tap into the abundant energy of the sun and just beam that down to a distribution power center that can power the entire planet from space. We can also look at what's causing harm right now in our planet, and these data centers, which we take a billion picture and save it onto these computers, are actually drawing on energy of the planet, and that is not good for us right now. But one thing I know about space is very, very cold, and there is the energy of the sun without any clouds always out there. We use that with solar panels on space stations and satellites today. Computers are in space today. Why not build cloud compute in space? Why don't we save all these images away from our planet so it won't actually harm our planet? And definitely there's some engineering issues to be solved, but that's what I'm hoping that we can do together. With innovation, we can solve these types of problems, and this has a big impact. Cryptocurrency is another example of this. Eventually, we will be able to use a lot of these technologies to have a base on the moon, on Mars, orbiting the moon, orbiting our planet, and it will give us a capability to really imagine how we can have circular systems and self-sustaining systems that we can also use here on our planet. When change is happening, which is happening right now, and again, as I said, it's been accelerated, we cannot predict what's going to happen next. As human beings, we like to know what the future holds. We want to control it. But when we lose control of it, like now, we get scared. And especially with the technologies that are happening, when we look at the future, we can see these blurred lines, all these questions about, well, when AI becomes very smart, is it sentient? Does it have rights? What does it mean? I know people who are attached to their Alexa, especially lonely old people who have a device that sometimes they can communicate with when no one else is around. It becomes personal to them. So when things start having this personification for someone? Do they have rights? What do we do with them? And when we have all these questions and all these changes and we feel where the world is spinning out of control for us, it's very easy for us to become fearful and make decisions out of fear. But that's exactly when we need to tap into our inner power of hopefulness and try to look at this with a hopeful eye, but not an ignorant eye. We need to be careful, but it doesn't mean we need to stop progress. When I looked at our planet from space station, which was a unique experience that I had privilege to have, I saw that everything that I was taught in geography classes and geography books about the world being divided in different colors with lines dividing us did not exist. This is what I saw from space station. Nothing divides us. Everything's, constantly moving, constantly changing. Problems don't get stuck in one part of the world. They spread. We know that. COVID, if nothing else has taught us, COVID has taught us that. And it's important for us to continue to progress, but always look at asking the hard question to make sure that we make decisions that are based in reality, that are based in facts, and to actually seek those answers that are truth, not the ones that will make us feel comfortable, but the ones that we need to know so we can actually move forward with
climate change,
deadly earthquake,
a suicide bomber,
terrorism,
nuclear device in the heart of the nation's capital.
It's no wonder that we're pessimistic. It's no wonder that people think that the world is getting worse. But perhaps that's not the case.
Perhaps we forget that we've only just begun.
Doing what's never been done before is intellectually seductive, whether or not we deem it practical.
What we're seeing is unfathomably new possibilities all of a sudden becoming available to us.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever.
We truly are living in an extraordinary time, and many people forget this.
So now technically your device is on. Can you tell? Can you hear me?
The yearning to do what we do in the service of something larger than ourselves.
Where did we come from? Are we alone in the universe? What is the future of the human race?
When you conduct those exercises, innovation follows just as day follows night.
We can do this. I know we can because we've done it before.
Stay hungry, stay foolish.
And I truly believe future is ours. More importantly, the future is yours, because you're just at this amazing point in time where the decisions you make, the innovations you bring about will actually architect the future that you and your children will live in. And that's why I believe that imagining that future and then working toward making that happen is so essential and important. So as I said at the beginning, if you take one thing away from this conversation today, is that don't sit on the sideline. Decide what problems in the world you care most about and do something about it. Thank you. I think we have time for some questions, so if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them, and you can help me moderate.
Please take a seat. There's already questions in the Slido, which is a good sign. Thank you so much for that inspiring talk. It was wonderful to hear your perspective. A lot of people are saying hello, actually. They're not even questions. Hello from Brazil. Hola from Mexico. So there's a lot of people tuning in today. Just a reminder, you can put your questions into the Slido, and we can start right now. We have a question. The first question is, you mentioned water, and so this person is curious, when is X Prize planning to launch a prize on innovation projects for water preservation?
That is a great question because we have designed what we call the Infinity Water, and we're looking for sponsorship right now. There is someone interested, so I hope soon. And this is basically a technology that at a large building facility or a small community level to be able to take brown or black water and turn it into a potable water. We've done a water competition some time ago, which was extracting water from the atmosphere, from the moisture in the air, and doing it at 2 cents per liter, 2,000 liters in 24 hours, and that was won, and that team is successfully now deploying their technology.
Okay, so we've got another question from Jesse here, and they're wondering, with all the different issues that we're facing as a humanity, looking towards the future, how do you prioritize your prizes and how they should get created? Like, could you tell us a bit about the process?
That is also a great question. So we have 7 domains right now that we've set our sight on: health, food, water, waste, space and exploration, AI, deep tech and technologies, quantum technologies, and missing health, I said, education and society. And what we're trying to do is we're creating right now with a group of innovators, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, these roadmaps and these blueprints to a desired future. So we go through this exercise, and we do that every year, so we continuously update this. We're going to be publishing them in a year or so, but we're looking in 30, 40 years down the line at what is the future we want to have from a health perspective for humanity, and so on and so forth. And in these roadmaps, we can identify if we're headed in the right direction, if investment and innovation is taking us to where we want to go, or do we need some nudge to make that happen ourselves. And if there is a nudge required, that's where X Prize plays a role. But the roadmaps will include everything about the state of the technologies, where innovation happening, the players, and where policy change or human behavior change will have to play a role.
Okay, that is super interesting. Of course, there are a lot of students in our crowd, and so someone's asking, does the X Prize Foundation work with students, and how can they get in, and what programs exist for this cohort?
Yeah, let me actually, you saw the chart that had our website, xprize, xprize.org. So you can find all the information there about our active prizes, and when we have a prize, we actually put it on our website, but you can also sign up in our newsletter, so we will send information to you as well. Students are the best teams, and we have many student teams who compete. Actually, the Carbon Prize had a student grant just specially for students who apply, so they would get an initial grant to actually help them even enter and build the first stages of their program. So we are adding student-specific also awards early on in the competitions to help students have some initial funding to build. So definitely love to have students. We had a junior high school team win one of our bonus prizes, $800,000.
Wow.
Just imagine, I think there were 6 of them in the team, 6 young teenagers winning $800,000. So they were over the moon. Netflix has made a movie about them. It's called Ocean Quest. They were in part of our ocean competition. So yes, we love students. Please, form team, apply.
Cool. There's a follow-up question here that I think is relative, is if you collaborate with universities also on the prize.
Yes, we love collaboration with universities. We have a higher education partnership program. We already have great universities partnering with us, and I would love to, grow that, because through this partnership, we can provide early, sort of insight into what's coming. We invite faculty members to come to our annual event so they can see, and actually they can be part of our Brain Trust and help us decide what are the priorities that we need to focus on.
Wonderful. So I'm going to lump a bunch of questions that came in into one, and it's all about your experience in space. Of course, people want to know, what did it feel like when you were taking off? How did you prepare for this moment? And how did it change you forever?
Sure. So I flew in 2006. I flew with the Russian Space Agency. Back then, it took about 2 days to get to the space station inside a very tiny capsule. I was in that capsule with 2 other crewmates, one Russian and one American. Incidentally, my crewmates from NASA, Michael Lopez Alegria, who was not so much excited to fly with a private commercial passenger, through this process of 11 days in space that I spent with him, I completely shifted his mindset to the point that when he retired from NASA, he became the head of the commercial space, alliance, some group that actually helped commercial space being launched. And now he's at Axiom. He's going to fly the first fully commercial crew to space on Axiom with SpaceX, and one of the first commercial astronauts from Canada will be flying with him. So it came full circle. But I spent 11 days in space, 9 on space station, where I really, sort of marveled at our amazing planet, our home planet. And that experience of looking at our home planet from that vantage point, it sort of focuses you on what's important. Because a lot of little things disappear, and you can just see a beautiful world that is very unique. When you look around, you see all this dark background of the universe. And you see this amazing, colorful, beautiful globe that is right in front of you, and it's your home. So everything that makes you who you are, people you love, your school, your friends, your memories, everything is right in front of you, and it's like an out-of-body experience. And that focus, one, allowed me to appreciate this beautiful home we have and realize how fragile it is, and it requires the care that we give to our personal homes or our car. I don't know what's important to you at this age. You may not care about a home, but you care about your car, I'm sure, if you have one, or about your Xbox or your mobile phone, how much you care about that. This planet is what actually the reason we're alive, and we don't care about it as much as we should. So that's one, I think, realization. And the other thing was, it allowed me to focus on what's important to me. When the noise goes away, we have a lot of noise in our lives. If we put our phones down, I think we can actually start raising our head and looking around and seeing things. And training for my space flight, which was 9 months in Star City, Russia, where I didn't have access to the luxuries of my everyday life, I learned to live without a lot of those things, and not having access to them helped me appreciate and see and feel things that I didn't before. And that's why I think that was a unique experience that I hope more people will get to actually experience it.
Wonderful. There's a follow-up question here. Do you plan to go again, or did one motivate you?
I would go in a heartbeat. I would go live in space if I can. I'm in nonprofit right now, which makes it difficult, but I need to come up with like a brilliant idea and launch another company to finance my next trip to space. Unless I get a free ride from someplace, I don't know.
Yeah, your friend, you're working with Elon Musk right now for the 100 million prize capture. Maybe he'll take you.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I've been trying to convince him, but it hasn't worked so far.
Okay. We have another question here, actually about a potential prize that you might think about. Do you have any plans on forming a prize around mental health?
I would love to do that, and we have people interested. When we design a prize, we have to be able to design something where you can really objectively have set goals and measure them. Suicide rates amongst young people is on the rise. It was on the rise before COVID. It has accelerated after COVID. So mental health is a huge issue we face. And if you guys have ideas, we're all ears. But definitely, it's one of the main areas of focus for us in our health domain.
Okay, great. You were the first woman private space explorer, the first astronaut of Iranian descent, the first Muslim woman in space, and the fourth ever private explorer to space. I read somewhere that you said people underestimated you for probably a lot of these reasons. And I'm curious what it feels like to be first, but also what characteristics do you think helped you and can help entrepreneurs who are maybe underestimated, especially underrepresented or marginalized entrepreneurs, really push ahead and achieve their goals?
It's a great question, and again, it's different for every person, and maybe my answer is not what's expected. I didn't care about being first. I never did anything to be first at anything. I do things because I love doing them. I'm passionate about them. Even if I was the 100th person to go to space, I would have enjoyed my flight as much. So I think, even at X Prize, we use competitions, but the teams who compete at the X Prize competitions, they are not there to win. The winning is secondary to them. They are passionate about solving that problem, and the competition gives them a platform, a reason to be able to actually raise funds, to get attention, to get support, to do what they are passionate about doing. We've had teams who were disqualified join other teams and help other teams win. We had people in the finals being there, trying to get their systems up and running, helping each other. And there has been a study that actually our competitions create more collaboration than anything else. So I think it's important to have the right reason. When you want to do something audacious and big, money, being first, winning is not the energy you need to actually succeed, because things that are this big are bound to fail. You will have lots of failures. So if you don't have that inner energy that will drive you to get through the tough times, you will give up before you get any, that far into the game. So for me, it was always about the problem I was solving or the thing I wanted to achieve. And yes, there were tons of people around me who kept telling me, you're crazy, you can't do this, why are you here, you shouldn't be here. Even when I went to Russia to train, they didn't want me there. They tried very hard to disqualify me right in the first week I was there for the qualification round. And they learned that I don't give up easily. They can, sort of push me down and I stand up again, and they push me down and I stand up again. And so far it's worked for me, because they get exhausted and then eventually listen to me. And when I left Russia, they were all my friends and they stay in touch. And there were a few new women cosmonauts, which they had not had any since the early years, apply and join the Russian space program. So that's my method of fighting, ignorance.
Good, with resilience. That's a wonderful lesson. There's a few messages here, thanking you so much for being such a strong leader and such a strong example for changing the world. And do you have any message or what kind of advice or message do you usually give to those who are aspiring to go where you've gone and do what you've done?
I think first you need to be curious and ask questions, and be curious and learn things. That's how you find your passion. If you don't know what your passion is, you need to try a lot of different things and you will find it. And the only way to do that, again, to ask questions and be curious. Once you have found your passion, then just don't let it go. Decide what you're going to do about it. Be patient about it, but don't give it up. and prepare yourself for a long journey. And the bigger your dream is, the harder that road will be. So make sure you find some good partners and friends around you who will be your cheerleaders, who will help you get up when you're down, who will remind you why you're doing the things you're doing. And if you have those ingredients, I think the rest of it will come naturally.
Wow. Well, you know, we're out of time, but this was such an inspiring talk. Thank you so much for being here at Campus Party Canada. And let's give a warm round of applause for Anusha Ansari. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I want to go to space. I want to go to space after that. Okay. Our next guest is an inclusion designer, and she's the founder of We Do Something Montreal. Sophie Tarnowska designs strategic collaborations between companies and their communities, and she believes that in order to address systemic issues, tools like deep listening, courageous conversations, and civil dialogue are a must. So please join me in welcoming Sophie to the stage. Hello. Welcome to Campus Party Canada. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you? Hi, everyone.
Good. So just right off the top, maybe you can tell us a little bit about who you are and We Do Something Montreal. I know you have a
presentation
slide to help you along.
Oh, and there it is. So in 2015, I started a nonprofit called We Do Something. And as it says, the idea was, how do we do good things about bad news to help others? So for 5 years, We Do Something, the idea was to, use what's in plentiful supply, which is the bad news, as a lever to bring people together and to know one another. But then the pandemic happened. I don't know if you guys noticed. And we were stuck at home, not able to act. And I realized that when we're looking at systemic change, when we start to notice the ways in which our system is broken and unequal, that perhaps the place to begin is with people, with our minds, how we view each other. So from that came this idea of versus, which is how do we improve the way we think of others so that we can collaborate together. And the word versus is one that we often use as a divisive word, me versus you, but in there is an us. And in the French, when you think about it, it's vers us. So it's this idea of reclaiming a divisive word to, in fact, bring us together over tough topics.
Okay.
I was thinking about the fact that, right now, and a lot of the things Anusha touched on really relate to this work, funnily enough, but this idea right now that we have to win makes it very difficult for us to actually just pause and try and understand each other.
Absolutely.
We're always pushed to find solutions, when in fact sometimes the way to move forward is in fact just to listen as though you're researching, So the idea is to build this middle ground in which we can actually not feel triggered because we're listening to a perspective that we don't like.
Right.
So this is the vision, is to build empathy back into public life.
Okay.
To schools, into workplaces, into public institutions.
Okay, and did you have a lot of practice during the pandemic when things were getting very polarized to put this into place?
I mean, Versus is a project that's been simmering for a good 10 years.
Okay.
And through We Do Something, I kept bringing communities together that didn't know one another. And I noticed, how do you get groups to care about each other without manipulating, without guilting? How do you get us to care? Because we're actually watching, we see the cost of not doing this.
Right.
We're seeing violence. We saw a Muslim family in Ontario being, run over by a guy who probably never met a Muslim person in his life. So this othering has a public cost. And yes, the pandemic was a sad and strong case study of that in many cases. So the idea of this is really, how do we offer an antidote to the tribalism that we're seeing right now?
Okay. And
no problem.
Yeah. How have you in this work seen the way forward? What kinds of things are you practicing or asking people to practice or consider practicing in order to have maybe a healthier
It's a good question. I will move forward. And I mean, first, I think we need to know what's happening. So hate crimes in Canada have risen by 7% across the country.
Wow.
The previous slide showed that of all the G7 countries, Canada has had the highest rates of killing, of Islamophobia in all the G7 countries here. And it's not something we know about Canada because it's Canada, you know, we're a great country. And so what I'm seeing is that, you know, there's two things. One is that, you know, online we have algorithms that feed us the things we already like.
Yeah.
And then in public life, there's a lot less opportunity to meet one another and to cross paths with difference. So where are the opportunities for us to be challenged? Where are the opportunities for us to change our minds? It means that we end up becoming more and more wedded to our ideas as though they were our identity.
Right.
But your ideas are not your identity. You have multiple identities.
Right.
So to come to your question, so, you know, I think that there's two levels. One is to first start by noticing that the way we consume information in the world has an effect on us. I would bet that if we had all done a survey on different topics at the beginning of the pandemic and we took the same questions and answered them now, we've all become a little bit more extreme, including myself.
Right.
So I think the question is to start offering people the tools to notice, to not shame.
Right.
So I'll skip past that, but I think this quote means a lot to me. It's, you know, that we have to create spaces in which there are people with whom in which we can disagree with the people, we can respect the people with whom we disagree. And we have a really hard time doing that. And that's not because we're bad people.
Yeah, the internet maybe doesn't help sometimes. The forums online make it easy
It
to,
doesn't.
Yeah.
And we all feel that little joy in our gut, you know, when we read something or notice something that reinforces our perspective. You're like, yes, you know, it's that little high. So I think another thing to know is that this article I found interesting, like this post, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue does a study on extremism, right-wing extremism in Canada specifically. And what they're saying here is that right-wing extremist groups of all kind, whether it's, you know, for white supremacy, whether it's misogyny, whatever it might be, they are very good at using social media without triggering those extreme words.
Right.
What they do very well is that they plant doubt about the other. They sort of navigate that line about, you know, have you noticed that this group is getting a lot more funding or a lot more attention? So it just, what we don't know often is that these ideas are being planted, and all of a sudden you're like, huh, that's a good point. And now you start to look at the world through that lens.
Right.
So what can you do?
That was my next question.
Yes.
So I'm glad your presentation beat me to it.
I know. So the idea is Versus is a program with 3 steps.
Okay.
The first one is, as I said, it's looking inside. So who are you? Me, myself, and I. It's really like if someone took you if you went to the mechanic at the garage and he lifted the hood of your car and explained the engine to you.
Okay.
We do not know how we work. We don't know how much of our brains works unconsciously. We do not necessarily realize how many of our decisions are imperceptible to us.
Right.
And I think we have a lot of shame. You know, as soon as you bring up the word bias, we're like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah.
In fact, you know, understanding how our biology works is a really helpful tool to getting rid of shame so we can start to have real conversations and real learning about how we move into a more unified, pluralistic society that welcomes different points of view. Okay. The second part is like media education.
Right.
Like notice and giving you tools, you know, what can you do to actually, how do you recognize disinformation?
Yeah.
Like if you're on Twitter and you see a hashtag that says kill the prime minister, which by the way is one of the biggest trends that have been online.
Ooh.
Second is Islamophobia, but Trudeau must not be having fun because he's up there. Well, when you see a hashtag like that on Twitter, do we know that we're not supposed to click on it? Do you know that when you click on it, you're propagating it? You know,
Right.
these small things that we can adjust in our own information hygiene. And then the third part is like, where do we practice?
Right.
Like, how do I don't know how to debate. I don't know how to have a deep discussion. Someone needs to teach us with care, you know? So if you guys are at all interested in, you know, what you can do, there's things, you know, to understand yourself, your heritage, how does it influence you? To notice your world, like who are your 3 closest friends?
Right.
And not feel bad about it, but just realize that we all, there's a term that I'll put, sorry about the no shame zone, but it's important. It's this idea of homophily. And what that word means is that we have a natural biological tendency to seek out people like us. Like
Right.
babies show bias at 6 months of age.
Oh, wow.
They favor the faces of people who look like them. So none of us will ever walk this earth without bias. It's as essential as oxygen. The question is how we learn to notice it in
Right.
ourselves, how we learn to respond to it differently, because you can retrain your brain to stop having the same feelings about the same kinds of people.
Right. Okay, interesting. Just on a practical note, have you some tips about cultivating that self-awareness? Because it is really about stopping yourself and saying,
Yeah.
oh, I'm making an assumption about someone, or oh, I'm reinforcing my own bias. How do you get people in the zone of, you know, especially when we're online and we're seeing so much stimulus from everyone else? How do you sort of recommend that we stop and look in?
I mean, honestly, I don't have a cute short tip, because I really think that's why there are 3. It's it's a program of
Yeah.
education, because I think I think one of the tough things is we're told to like get out of our comfort zones. It's another challenge. But my God, we've been through so many challenges.
Yeah.
Everyone's tired. So how about if someone could teach us how to expand our comfort zones so that in fact we accompany people in expanding and noticing, because you can't change what you don't know.
Right.
What you're ignorant about, you're just ignorant about. And it's not, you know, so this witnessing yourself and understanding that bias, you know, is part of your life. No matter what, it will be part of your life. And the thing is, there are 2 kinds of bias. There's explicit, where you know, like, I do not like people who hate. You know, I do not like people who run through the street screaming. The second one is much tougher. It's the implicit, hidden biases, and we all have them. And you know you found one when you feel horrible when you understand it. It's
Right.
like you dig it up and nothing comes up but shame.
Right.
You don't want to tell anyone about it.
Very uncomfortable.
So how do you create middle grounds, a space for people to find these things in themselves and not get reactive and push the whole process away?
Yeah.
Like, schools need this.
Right.
Our office needs this.
Yeah.
You know, workplaces need to talk about, hey, how did Black Lives Matter affect my staff? How does Me Too affect us? How does the residential school crisis, you know, how are the people that we depend on living these moments? Because it's showing up in our offices.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like what you're saying about education and media literacy. You know, as a journalist, I really appreciate, you know, good evidence-based, fact-based media, but it's getting harder to identify it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if there are any tools or any sort of media literacy resources that you could recommend for people, or...
There are a lot, and I haven't listed them all because I thought my presentation was already quite long. So I did put some tips up on the screen, just simple things that I think we move so fast as we scroll.
Yeah.
Simple things, language.
Right.
Was it a protest or was it a riot? Is he a terrorist or is he an activist? Notice.
Yeah.
Because there is the bias.
Right.
Then the second thing is, you know, understand the source. I know that's something everyone says, but you know, the Institute of Global Dialogue is not necessarily a good thing. You have to go, in fact, they found that actually 95% of all the anti-vax information comes from 12 people.
Oh my goodness.
One of them is in Montreal.
Oh my goodness.
And they disperse content. So searching up a source, slow down. That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it's the type. Am I reading an opinion piece?
Right.
Or am I reading an article?
Yeah.
There's a real difference. I mean, you know this more than anyone.
Oh, yes.
My parents were journalists too, and I was for a while. your searches, it's one thing, I think we keep forgetting, like when I search, if I look up Gaza and Israel, based on my past search history, based on the things I Google, the music I listen to, my search results will be different from someone who might have gone to Tel Aviv and might have family that's Jewish, and we have different experiences. So we'll actually be fed different articles. And guess what? That affects how we view the world.
Absolutely.
So to know not just that we have a choice in what we search for, but also to understand that there's so much we don't get to see in those searches that are decided for us.
Right.
I mean, it's, you will never solve this. You just have to be more aware and get better and question yourself and be more comfortable changing your mind or being wrong.
Yeah. And being okay with that.
Yeah, it's not easy. Like I wrote this because I thought, I don't know if we realize how often, like these are the layers between us and each other in a sense.
Yeah.
Like my brain is making decisions about who you are and everyone around me. My heritage, like I'm an immigrant. My father was a refugee. But I'm also a privileged white woman. So there's many layers of how those are my starting points when I go into the world, and they offer me opportunities to like certain people and maybe to avoid others, and I'm not conscious. The second is, who are the people I surround myself with? Because their ideas will influence me.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's the information diet, the people I choose to follow, the Facebook groups I'm on, the media I consume. And then the last one is the media I don't get to consume.
Yeah.
That might have a perspective that's just as well written and researched that I will never get to hear. And what I've noticed is that when people haven't had a chance to hear other side, when they finally do, we become so angry and triggered and emotional. So Versus is also a project to teach us how to manage those triggers.
Right.
And then the third part of it is like, let's practice and have a courageous conversation. So let's, for example, if we were going to talk about Bill 21.
Right.
Let's go there. I would displace people. That's not happening in your office boardroom. Like, you will receive a text the night before, and we will do this, for example, in the basement of a mosque in Park X.
Yeah.
We will move into other people's spaces because that's how we get to know one another.
Yeah, intentionally.
Intentionally and bravely.
Right.
And I want it to be fun. Like, we do something and it was always about fun. I don't think we need more, shaming. We don't need more, I think we miss learning sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, I hope it's okay. I have my first question that just popped up, if we can go for it. Someone's asking, do you think, based on what you said about our media diet and what we're shown given our background, do you think that search engine algorithms should be regulated? Good question.
I don't consider myself an expert. So, I mean, that's the other thing, is Versus is very much a curation of the think tanks, the academics, the scientific studies that are already all working on this, but they're not talking to each other.
Okay.
So Versus is actually me pulling in all of these pieces with a team and making it accessible and fun, rather than, okay, I had to go here. So I don't have the answer to that question. I think it's coming. I will say this. I feel like right now that the internet is like, we used to drive cars that didn't have seatbelts. Yep. And the internet is the car that doesn't have a seatbelt.
Right.
And I do think that there will have to be a line between free speech and hate speech, and as these groups become more adept at escaping those nets, we as citizens too will have to be better educated at a younger age.
Right.
It's going to have to be a little bit of everyone moving.
Right.
But one thing I will say is algorithms, the fact that you can go online and you do not even know how the algorithm works, that day is, I believe that day of that is coming to an end.
Yeah.
I do think that at some point we will have to, as consumers of the internet, have to know, how does the algorithm on Facebook work? How does the one on IG work? Which of my data is it using?
Yeah.
To search, to reflect things back at me, and what is it taking?
Exactly.
And do I want it?
Yeah, no, that's a very fair point. Okay, thank you for answering that question, and keep them coming in the audience if you're so inspired to jump in here.
I just wanted to add too, I wrote, last year I gave a talk last year, and I kept this slide because a lot of us are making tech, a lot of us are making apps, and that's great. But I think sometimes we forget tech is not the point. Tech is the hammer, it is the tool, and it will reflect the biases of its makers.
Yeah.
That's how algorithms work. An algorithm is essentially a recipe. It's like making a cake. So, it's part one with part two. Like, I put black boots on and jeans equals, that means she's going outside.
Okay.
So data bias, algorithmic bias, these things are becoming, I think, much bigger issues that will have to be regulated in some way. I guess that is my answer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I just wanted to ask you something you mentioned a couple slides ago about the triggers that come up maybe when we enter into a space online or in real life where we're sort of confronted with our bias. And you're talking about triggers, managing them. And I was just wondering if, you had some wisdom to share about the management of triggers and sort of when you notice something coming up in yourself, some shame or some, something that's uncomfortable, how is a healthy way to regulate that or overcome it or lean into it? I don't know. I'm curious what your take is about the management.
I mean, it's such a beautiful question, and the answer to it would solve all of our relationships, all of our lives, right? I think, honestly, again, I come back to that first part, which is understanding, once you know your own stuff, you can understand, it sounds cheesy to say, but there's a reason. The better you understand yourself, the more open you are to understanding others.
Right.
So if you're in that space, then you might go, oh God, I can feel, you're used to noticing, like, I am freaking out internally and I want to punch this person in the face, and that's not good. So I think I'll take a breath, or I'll say to the person, I need a minute. I'm really feeling this. And most of us never stop to think, where do I feel this?
Yeah.
And it's right here, or it's right here. Like, you need to breathe, and it actually brings the nervous system down so you can engage. But you're allowed to step and say, we need to come back to this.
Yeah.
And then ask yourself, why am I so upset right now?
For sure.
Why do I feel attacked?
Yeah. And I think, too, maybe because things are happening online or in a social media, sort of digitally mediated space, we forget about our bodies and listening to our bodies. But
I'd say also, and I want to add this disclaimer, if you're someone who's being targeted, if I'm a black woman and someone from a white supremacist hate group is talking to me, that's not your duty. Like, your duty is to protect yourself. It's not, and I also think it's, you shouldn't, it's not a should. I think we have really enough shoulds. When it is right for you and you are ready to engage, and there are some people who are not worth engaging with because there's no exchange, there's no curiosity.
Yeah.
But if we can engage with one another, curiosity is a really good armor.
Yeah.
It really is, because if you just keep going, well, why is that?
I love
not
this.
to taunt someone,
Yeah.
but to say, but why? Where did you learn that? And why do you believe it? What do you think the impact of your belief is on the people around you?
Yeah.
It's, but it's tough work.
It is. But it forces people to go a few layers deeper than the initial knee-jerk reaction. I like that a lot. I've got I don't know how many slides you have left, but
I don't know either. I think we're there.
Well, one question I had right off the top that we didn't really get into is what sort of inspired you in 2015 to start We Do Something Montreal and, to decide that, you're going to do something about all the bad news you were seeing. I'm just curious if you can tell a little bit more about that origin story.
I know we all remember when that 3-year-old little boy, Syrian refugee, Aylan Kurdi, drowned.
Yeah.
That was, for me, the moment where I thought, I am so tired of despairing behind my screen.
Yeah.
Like, we had a lot of hashtags. That was hashtag time. A lot of hashtag activism, which isn't a bad thing. It's just I had a need to be in community with other people who felt the same despair. And I also wanted to raise money past pressing on a screen. Like, I wanted a different kind of philanthropy. You know, it's nice to donate on a website or go to a gala dinner or join a sports team, and those are all worthy things that raise money, but what they don't do is connect us to one another.
Right.
We never get to sit in the same room and know each other.
Yeah.
So we do something was like, well, what if instead of asking people to change how they do good, I went to find them where they already are. They go out for dinner.
Yeah.
They make time for that. They have a budget. Why don't I work with cool restaurants? And we did Lawrence, we did Grumman, we went to like beautiful places, and I made it cool and fun. So, you know, then people are open because they don't feel assaulted with, you know, you should do more for others. It's really like going to meet people where they are is the heart of both these projects.
Yeah.
And then I had to give a TED talk, a TEDx talk, and they ask you, well, why did you build this? And I realized then, it's like you don't know sometimes what motivates you, and that's about knowing yourself. That's when I realized, oh yeah, my dad was a refugee. Like, details that are important.
Right.
You know, my stepmother's Lebanese. She grew up in Beirut in the war. My grandparents were fleeing Poland.
Right.
Because the Germans were coming. And so for me, like, indigenous issues, refugee issues, like people being left out, whatever color, size, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the heart where I'm just like, it's not okay.
Yeah.
And I felt, I came here when I was a little girl, but I always spent my holidays where my dad would work. So Beirut, communist Poland, India. So I was always kind of an outsider who didn't speak the language.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel a lot for people who are left out.
Right.
It's
Well, it's inspired some very, very amazing projects. So at least you're turning it into fuel for something, you know?
I hope.
That's bigger than you.
Yeah, I'd like to find a workplace that is open to being my first prototype. So if anyone is interested, there's an opportunity to prototype Versus for your team. But it's really meant to be, this is really about not shaming and really about like helping people walk out feeling like, wow, I really have expanded my sense of myself and of my community.
Okay. So, you know, we started with ourselves, we moved to sort of the external stimuli around us, and, you know, we landed on these courageous conversations that we need to be having with each other and seeking out. I'm curious, this might seem simple, or maybe, you know, we have to hire you, but how do you have these conversations? Who should be having these conversations? Where should we be having these conversations? What are you proposing with Versus here?
I love that. Well, as I mentioned before, for example, in workplaces, right now, McKinsey just came out with a study that showed that in the next 18 months, 40% of the people surveyed were thinking of leaving their jobs. There's a really high attrition rate, and you know, we forget, I think the pandemic was a collective trauma.
Yeah.
Like by definition, we never talk about this. 9/11 is an example of a collective trauma.
Yeah.
Hiroshima. These are moments that affect a large part of society, and they change the law or policy. They make massive changes in society. So 9/11, for example, changed transportation.
Forever.
We don't travel the same way. What will the pandemic leave us with? And I think one of these things is people sort of quitting a self-care. We need to have these conversations for people's mental health at the office. How do you leave space? And I think companies are afraid to do this because they don't have the solution.
Yeah.
And they need to reach certain objectives. They're not here to be a therapist. At the same time, if they could have these moments where people have a space to express what keeps them up at night, it sort of deepens their sense of belonging, their sense of being heard, and the key to be heard is to be seen.
Right.
If you listen to people, you often don't have to solve more than that. Making sure someone feels heard is the step towards really like connecting.
Yeah.
So workplaces, schools, issues of, say, consent for teenagers. You know, these are rules imposed from above. The school here, this is what's bad, we'll punish you. But teenagers have their own way of dealing with these issues.
Yeah.
How about we let them own the topic and make up their own rules at the beginning of the year? And they have to align with the school rules. But how about we have an explicit conversation and those teenagers define what it means to them, and then define some rules.
Yeah.
So, you know, Montreal has had so many, I don't know if you guys saw, Balarama Holness received these horrible racist remarks. But tons of municipal elected officials have not renewed their elections because they're being viciously attacked.
Yeah.
So even for cities, how do you structure conversations with citizens so that we look each other in the eye, but these are controlled? Versus is like a recipe. Drop your topic into it, and we will handle and create a constructive outcome.
Yeah.
Where we can crowdsource what we're hearing.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's about creating space, literally, physically space, creating the conditions to have these tough conversations.
Creating the people, too.
Yeah.
Like giving us a way out, giving us a space to like...
Work it out.
I mean, if you ask someone to go to the gym and lift a 300-pound weight, that's what those conversations are. It's a 300-pound weight.
Yeah.
You need some training. You need some learning.
Yeah. And maybe a guide, right?
Yeah.
So speaking of which, how can people find you, follow you, connect with you, and... Oh, there we go. Oh, that lined up so perfectly.
It did. We're so good. Yeah. I invite people to sign up. We have a newsletter on our website. The website's up there, but also any other way. And we will be launching Versus very, very soon. So if you're interested, sign up for the website and follow us.
Thank you so much for
you.
coming to Campus Party Canada and talking about this project and the importance of, you know, civil dialogue and, you know, being more human. Because I think, you know, we're all technologists and students, but we're all humans, you know, first and foremost. So it's really important to create and generate this humanity. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Laura.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can leave your clicker here if you feel like it. So, what is next on the docket here? Je voudrais maintenant inviter l'hôte de le prochain panel sur la scène. Disons bonjour à Azid. Thanks. Azad, oh shit.
Oh. I'm very happy to be invited by the Campus Party and the QFTC. My name is Azad Lusbaronian. I'm the general manager of Izard Digital. This is a school in Montreal and Paris as well, focused on the video game and the animation, because as you may know, Montreal is a very important place for the video game industry and the animation. So tonight we are going to go deeper in this subject with some guests to talk about their career, their past, professional past, and their passion, their curiosity about this industry. And first of all, I would like to introduce Valérie Degnaud, who is the director of the audiovisual cluster QFTC.
Thank you, Azad. I am Valérie Degnaud. Like Azad said, I'm the director of the audiovisual cluster at the Quebec Film and Television Council. We are really proud to have put together this wonderful panel for you today as part of our mission to support the growth of our industry. As you know, and as Azad mentioned, the animation industry is a very dynamic one here in Montreal and in Quebec, and this is why we've put this wonderful panel together today. So if you want to have other information about the industry and the school that we have here and the job opening, you can go and visit our website, vfxmontreal.com. A big thank you to Azad, Laura, Anne-Claire, and Laura that will present to you today. Thank you, and have a great panel.
Thank you, Valerie. Well, let's start. I would like to welcome on stage Laura Montero, who is Head of Production at Tonic DNA. Welcome, Laura. Next, I would like to invite on stage Anne-Claire Leroux from Micros Animation. Welcome. And next, I would like to invite Laura Coté from Squeeze. Please welcome on stage, Laura. Thank you, ladies, for being there tonight. So, to start, I would like to know a bit about you, your story. Did you always want to work in this industry? How did you get to where you are today? So please, maybe let's start with Laura Montero. Yeah?
Sure. Hi. So my story is a bit weird because I'm originally from Spain. I did a PhD to be teaching animation in university, but in 2008, the economic crisis hit Europe, so I decided to leave the country, but I did want to be involved in the animation medium. So I moved here with my husband because I knew that Canada is big in animation, and I joined a production studio. So I'm head of production at Tonic DNA, and we do traditional animation.
Okay, great, wonderful, thank you. Maybe to go on with Anne-Claire.
Yes, so I was born in France, and I actually I did not want to study animation since I was a little kid, because I actually did not know that I could work in animation until I was something like 17. And so when I found out that it was actually something I could do as a job, I convinced my parents to go to Paris so that I could study in an animation school. And then I decided, I don't know why, to study object design instead. So for 2 very painful years, I designed toilet paper dispensers and door handles before I realized that I actually wanted to do animation. So that's when I actually studied in an animation school in France. And then I started as an intern at Illumination, and then so in surfacing. And I completely fell in love with the job, so that's how I started. And then after a couple of years of working in Paris, I wanted to change scenery, and I heard about Montreal and the project, and I decided to go for it. So that was 6 years ago.
Thank you, Anne-Claire. Then Laura.
Yes, hi everyone. So I never really thought about this industry before. When I was young, I didn't grow up with a computer, so yeah, this was like a leap of faith. I just decided to went for it and learned how to use a computer while I was learning the actual job that I'm working on right now. And this is something that I've always watched movies and animation movies. I grew up watching like Disney movies and everything, so it's something that I loved from the beginning, but I was not really aware of how it was done and everything. But I've learned it, and the passion grew every year, and I'm now supervisor texture at Squeeze. So every year I decided to try something new and evolve in this industry, and that's how I'm here today.
Thank you, Laura. So I think that each of you brought us a short video of your company's work. So maybe we could start with Laura Montero's video from Tonic DNA.
Dictionary defines basketball. try that again, shall we?
Except one. What the?
I see. I'll shoot.
I promise.
Hey, winter is coming! All right, we're off to a... Yo, Buzz.
In your face!
Wow. Beautiful works. So maybe, Laura, could you tell us which one was the latest project you worked on, and can you tell a bit more about it? What did you like working on it?
Sure. The last one was precisely Space Jam 2, and was amazing in several ways because to gather so much talent to do such a high level quality was a challenge and was thrilling at the same time. But this project was entirely done in the middle of the pandemic. So it was very stressful in that sense, but it was really rewarding because everyone was giving their hearts to make sure that this was actually happening.
Such a challenge, indeed, yeah. Maybe we can go on with Anne-Claire's showreel for Micros Animation. So the video of Micros Animation, please.
Just sit back and watch. People, lights.
Ladies and gentlefish, welcome to the Aqua Room, y'all. Shh, shh, shh. It's
Wait, stop! I can explain.
What on earth were you thinking?
I was getting this! Remember this?
You risked getting smashed for some flour?
Not some flour, our flour. I did this for you.
He did it.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
This is amazing! Paw Patrol, ready for action!
Vas-y, mollo sur la frime, quand même.
Bon voyage, boy.
Thank you, Anne-Claire, and congratulations for your work. Can you please tell us a bit more about the latest project you worked on?
Yeah, sure. So right now we're working on 2 unannounced projects, so I can't talk about them. But the latest that has been released was SpongeBob 3, Sponge on the Run. And so that was really a huge roller coaster and a real adventure to make because it was so technically challenging to really to maintain to stay faithful to the TV show look while translating into 3D, and we also finished the movie during the pandemic. So, but yeah, it was pretty amazing to work on that project, though. Yeah.
Thank you. And to finish the studio presentation, I would like to launch the squeeze video for Laura Côté, please. so congratulations. Can you please tell us what was the last project you worked on, Laura?
Yes, absolutely. So we've been working on a few different projects lately, notably from the Supercell branch. We've been working on teaser for the Clash Royale game, which probably some of you know. We've been also working on our own intellectual properties at Squeeze. So it's like a project we've been working on from the beginning till the end. So it's all done in the Squeeze Studio, and it's called the Craqué Family Scramble, which is the second season. And we've been working for the past year on the big season that just came out, What If from Marvel, which was a really big project, and we worked on 3 episodes from the season 1 with my team. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. And maybe could you tell us a bit more about what do you love the most in working in the animation industry? Maybe you, Laura?
Sure. I mean, for me, animation is my passion. I've been watching animation since I was a kid, and I came from Europe, Japan, North America. I don't discriminate styles, stop motion, traditional animation. So to me, be part of that process to produce animation is already amazing. But also, I come from, so production is challenging in the sense that we need to guide creative to hit deadlines and to arrive to the end. So it takes a lot of problem solving, and I really enjoy finding solutions to help teams. So this is one of the things that calls me when I talk about animation.
Well, thank you. Maybe Anne-Claire?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think it's a very nice field to work in because, well, it's kind of laid back, and so there are, we're working on cartoons, so I can say that we're having fun all day, but we're sure laughing a lot, I think. And it's also like a group of very passionate people working together. So it's it's a very nice field to work in, I think.
Yeah, I would like to bounce back on this because yes, it's cartoon, and what it makes me think about is that it's always super colorful and joyful. So it keeps us with our child heart, I think, and it's the fun part about animation is like it's bringing us back to our childhood, but it's keeping us like super creative because of that. So that's what I like about this industry overall.
Well, what would you say makes the Montreal ecosystem unique in terms of diversity of projects, as we can saw 3 videos, a lot of different kind of projects in terms of animation, in terms of graphic design, artistic direction, for sure. Diversity of studios as well, and the local culture, the city itself.
We'll say diversity of people as well is part of the ecosystem. But I think the fact that in Montreal there's school, there's companies, so you can have your education here and then work in whatever field you want to after. So you have the opportunity to work like in game or in animation industry or even VFX industry. So the fact that you can find all of this in the same place is part of the ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, and you really have a feeling of almost as if you were in an animation campus, because the studios are, most of them, really close physically. So when you walk, down the street, when you're on your lunch break, you're gonna see some colleagues or ex-colleagues, or you go have drinks and you're gonna see people that are in Montreal and you haven't seen them in like 10 years, and you're like, oh wow, you're here now, and so it's really. It's really exciting because there's a real animation life here for sure.
Yeah, it's also the opportunity to growth because it's so diverse. You can go for 2D to 3D, you can bounce to video games, then to VR. So even if you like animation in a way, you can explore different ways to do it because it's just not one company, it's hundreds of them. Not hundreds, but there is such an amazing range of companies that is really easy without changing cities to just evolve quickly.
Yeah, sure.
And I would like to add as well, we're lucky to have like these kind of events, and I think there's many other events like that in Montreal that are happening every year, which makes it easier to network and meet some people. So that's also part of the ecosystem in Montreal.
Absolutely. According to your experience, what does it take to work in the animation industry? Who would like to start?
Well, first I'd say that it's a very hard question because there are so many different jobs, you know, in the animation industry. Like you could work in production, so management. You can work, you know, you can be a developer and do code. You can draw. You can animate. You can, you know, there are like I don't know how many, you know, fields, but it's very diverse. So I'd say the first thing probably is to be passionate about it because you know it's very fun, but it's hard work, for sure. But if you're having fun, you don't really mind working that much. So yeah, I'd say first, you know, find something that you're passionate about, and then you know you can always find a place in the animation world, I think.
Yeah, and yes, hard work is. I mean, everyone that wants to go far needs to work hard, but I think that most important thing is be yourself. I think we have a tendency to lose ourselves, like in every field, I think every industry, but be yourself, be passionate about what you like, and try. I would say try, and if you want something, just try. Yeah.
I think I completely agree, and I think you need to be curious and not afraid to change perspectives. So maybe you enter the industry as an animator, but you can go to VFX, and then you want to explore comp. And it's not that you are changing your mind; it's just that you are adding to your professional career, and it's something that is extremely valued because that makes you almost capable to do anything.
And we're lucky that there is a lot of company in Montreal right now, so there is opportunity. So, like, even if, like, I've met some people in the past that they were like, oh, sorry, I really want to work in game, and I was like, yeah, but have you tried? You can try other field, and then after go in game, or try game, and then after maybe you'll want to try something else. But we are lucky enough to have all these opportunities, so take them. That's what I will say. Yeah.
Well said. So what would be the best advice you could give to young people who consider taking courses in the animation industry?
I would say everything can be learned. So like sometimes we feel like we won't be able to do something, but I mean, I'm now a supervisor, and you would have told me like 10 years ago when I started in this industry, I would be supervisor. I would have said, no way, impossible, but here I am, so everything can be learned, and yeah, stay truthful to yourself. I mean, and to others, and I would say respect others. They will be part of your career, and they will be part of your entire career. So the people you'll meet in your first job will follow, so be gentle to everyone, and yeah.
Yeah, and be curious, keep an open mind. I think we feed, you know, on other people's creativity. So yeah, just you know, watch movies, read books, read you know, comics. go to art shows. Everything is gonna have an impact on your creativity. So I'd say, yeah, just be curious. Be curious, yeah.
I think it's also be brave and try, because even if you don't have the perfect training or you didn't go to the perfect school, sometimes it's more about to be adaptable and transferable skills than to have like the perfect resume. So if there are people that are interested, they should try and just draw or learn independently. And even if they don't have like a formal education, they should apply for jobs, because there is a lot of opportunities and people thinking out of the box.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to add just something, but like it's a tech industry, but don't be afraid to try any old way to do art, like sculpting, drawing, painting. This is part of the job, and it's the base of everything we're doing right now. And I think everything you learn in any other field or will be good in the tech industry as well. So try anything.
Keep creative, actually.
Keep creating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Animation industry is a very long time work process. So you work with a lot of different people, different departments, different personalities as well. So does it have an impact on you as an artist, maybe?
I don't know if it has an impact as an artist, but for sure one of the trick of the trade is to, as Laura said, to really respect everyone, because making a movie is really a teamwork, and this is really important because it's not necessarily something that would be very natural as an artist, because you have your vision, and you're like, okay, I know what I want to do, I know how I want to do it, and one of the important things is that you're not making a movie alone. Actually, there will be 200 people, doing it, and so the idea is to listen to everyone and respect their way of doing things, and even if you don't really get along, because in the end, after 2 years of working on a movie, you're gonna feel a bit like family. So whatever, the important part is really to make the journey together, make it together.
I think it's also adapting, because, for instance, I come from Spain, and the working culture there was very different. So it wasn't really a massive shock, but for sure there are different ways, there are different views, and every person is different. So you cannot apply the same logic and way to do things to every single member of the team. So it takes diplomacy, but it takes as well listening and making sure that everyone is more or less comfortable doing what we do.
Yeah, and to bounce back on that, like the diversity of personality and background is, like every single person is, I don't know how to say that in English, but fishing their creativity from their background and their culture. So when we blend all this together, it's where the creativity is blooming. So I think it's important to have like this creativity and this multi-background personality, whatever how it's said, but I think it's super important, and I think everyone you're gonna meet in your career will bring you something important, and either it's a positive meet or a negative meet, you learn something from that. And as a personal example, I've met some people from all around the world during my career, and I've learned like a little bit of Chinese because of one of my friends that is Chinese and native, and I've practiced some Spanish with some friends as well. So you'll learn something from everyone you'll meet in your career, and I think this is something. This is first of all good memories, but this is some things that you're gonna bring with you your entire career. So this is positive in either way.
Sure. Thank you. Can you tell us a bit more about the impact or expectation on working on iconic characters like SpongeBob, Bugs Bunny, or Marvel's characters? You know, how does it affect your work? What do you feel working on that kind of project?
So it brings mixed feelings because to me working with Looney Tunes was a dream in the sense that to me Looney Tunes is linked to my dad because I used to watch with him when I was a kid because he absolutely adores Looney Tunes. So to me I was extremely proud to be involved on that, but at the same time it's a big responsibility because it has been going on for generations. So you need to pay a tribute, and at the same time you want to add something to it, like just like to give like a mark there. So it's thrilling, but it's a bit scary at the same time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's really a double-edged sword, you know, because for SpongeBob, as I said, we actually changed the medium. So it's both super exciting because you have this character, which, you know, with his crazy universe, and also you have the fan base, which is really like, you know, looming, and, you know, they're waiting for you to kind of screw up. So you're just it's a big responsibility, as you said, and but it's also what makes it interesting to try to actually make it your own while staying faithful. And yeah, that's but sure, yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, on my side it was on Marvel, so it was Marvel character. Yeah, I would say it was super intimidating at the beginning, but part of our job is giving the same amount of dedication and passion to our work. So yes, it was intimidating, but we gave like everything we've got as a team on the project as much as we would have done on any other project. And we were super lucky that we were able to start working very early on the project with Marvel, so we had a great communication with them. And on a personal level, it was my first time as a leader position, so that was a very big expectation because for my first time meeting some clients, it was Marvel clients, so that was interesting, but I had an amazing team on my side to help me go through that, and at that time I was not yet supervisor, and I was a very, very great supervisor that guided me through all of these steps and was here for me. So yeah, that was a big experience, but I'm super grateful that I could work on this project with.
Sure. Another question. We're running a bit out of time, but still. The latest surveys shows that the animation industry counts 37% of women. It's a high number compared to the other technology sectors. How do you feel as women working in a tech field? Has it impacted your career or your daily work?
For sure, it has an impact in the sense, I mean, this is my personal view. I always have the impression that I need to work harder in order to prove that I have a value. And even if my colleagues don't feel that, it's in the back of my head that I need to prove myself that I'm even as good as they are. But something that I really like about Tronic DNA, the company I'm working on, is we have 58% of women in the company, and in the creative side is 53. So for me, it was amazing to see such talented women. A lot of them are really young. So the fact that we invest and we nurture a new generation of female artists is something that makes me happy every day that I go to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be lying to say that it doesn't have an impact, for sure, because, well, misogyny exists even in the animation industry. Luckily, not like everywhere, but it does exist. And but I do think things are changing because when I was in animation school, we were 4 girls for 15 guys, I think. When I review portfolios from students, like for this year, it's almost 50-50 from animation schools now, from what I've seen. So I think it's changing, and it's a good thing. I think now the big thing that needs to change is having women in a position of like supervisions and key positions, because it's going to show the way also to young artists, and also we need to prove that you can have a personal life, you can be a mother, for instance, and still have a position with the responsibilities in a studio, for example. And I think we're very slowly dismantling the boys' club. It's happening. It's slow, but it's happening. So I think it's changing. We're on the good path. Just taking a bit time, but we're getting there.
I will do it quickly, but I think that the 3 of us today are showing that it's changing. We are more women than before in the industry. I think our goal should be parity. That's what it should be, but we need to show, like you said, having like women in leader role will show how it's possible. And
yeah, just spread the word. It's possible. So, and maybe do you have any idea to improve the process of having more women in the industry?
Well, I think what we're doing today is part of it. I mean, being here and showing our passion and having more events placed for women to feel comfortable as well.
Yeah, and that tech jobs are not, mandatorily men jobs, because it can, for numerous reasons, women tend to think that they're not capable of doing, technical jobs, and of course that's not true. And as Laura said, and as we said, I think that with leading examples, this is what probably is going to give, younger girls ideas that it can be done. So
yeah, I agree fully.
Well, thank you. So before being general manager of a school, I've been working in the industry for a long time, and before that I started as an intern. So I would like to know if your companies do offer internships for young people who would like to discover the animation industry.
Yes, Micros does.
Yeah. For sure, one of Tonic's strategic plan is to develop young artists partnering with the school. So this is something we are developing at the moment, and is part of our culture, of the ones we want to do in the future.
Great.
I started as an intern in a San Francisco-based company, and I was working from Quebec. And I think it's where I learned the most about my job. So I think, yes, it's a great way to start in the industry. And we do offer internship as Quiz. Just go on the website and reach for the HR team and see if there's any great opportunity or great timing for you to maybe learn from one of our team. And I think, reach for the companies. Maybe sometimes the companies don't offer it, but if they see that you're super passionate and you want it, they will try it with you. So
yeah, sure. We have a question here. Can you still enjoy other animation production without seeing all the flaws because of your expertise? Is it possible? Is it still possible or not?
Well, you see them. I'd say, I don't know about you, but I'd say it depends on the movie. Traditional animation usually doesn't bother me that much. I can really enjoy it. When I have to say, when it's CG, sometimes if I'm not really like swept by the movie, I tend to begin to look at the little things. or even just wonder like, wow, how did they do that, you know? But I think, yeah, I'm still passionate about seeing movies, you know.
Yeah, I think we saw the flaws, we're seeing the flaws, but we're also seeing the artwork behind all of this. And this is something that I like too, and I enjoy when I watch a movie, and I try to look at with my kid eyes the most I can, but yeah, I can see the artwork behind every single project, and I know how everyone give their heart to make it possible. So
I think for me it depends. Normally, if I enjoy the film in general, I can't forget about the flaws. If I work on it, it's harder. That's way harder. But it's true that to me, it's just like be amazed, like, how in hell did they do that? So it's more learning new ways to fix technical issues that you maybe are trying to find a solution in your project, and you see a film, it's like, wow, they did that, and we didn't think about it. So
and sometimes we're even super impressed by the work of other team, you know, and because we know that it's been art and they did something amazing. So that's part of what we feel when we watch movies as well.
Yeah. We have few minutes left for maybe some question in the audience. So if someone would like to ask some question about our guest tonight, it's possible. If not, yes, maybe on the back in the room. Wait. Maybe come.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know your name, but I was wondering if you could talk about how you got that internship that you mentioned, like if you had any tips for that.
Yes, I can talk about that. So my teacher got it. I mean, I went to school a few years ago, so it was like more than 10 years, but one of my teachers was actually working still in the industry and had networking connection. And some of his friend was actually starting a short movie and was looking for young artists to help him do this short movie. And my teacher said, like, this is your opportunity. Do you want to do it? It's gonna be free. You won't be paid, but I mean, you'll learn from that. And I said yes. And I won't lie to you, that was hard because San Francisco is not on the same how our that was hard. I was finishing my school and working at night, working on the weekend for this company, but I've learned so much from this, and this got me actually to go to San Francisco and visit their studio, visit Pixar. I visit as well ELM and everything because of the connection I made on this actual internship. So your teacher are connected, have a network. So if you're interested in any internship, start by maybe talking to your teacher if you're at school, let's say. Talk with your teacher or your head of program that you're interested in that, and they will reach companies in Montreal and will try to place you somewhere. So show your passion. I think that's what I'm gonna give to you. Yeah.
And I'd say as well, old students are also a good connection because they usually are working in the field. So I started as an intern as well, and I got my first intern job because an older student, an ex-student, talked to me and said, "Hey, there's this internship. It's not great. It's unfolding UVs for people who knows what it means." And it was only that, and but you'll be there. You'll be able to watch, how it's made and see if you really want it. At first, actually, I was not aiming for surfacing. I really wanted to be a modeler. And then I started this internship in surfacing. I was like, hell, I'm gonna be in the studio. You know, it's a good chance as any. You know,
meet
and
people.
actually, sorry.
You'll meet people.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
well.
Yeah, and actually, I loved it. So, yeah. So talk to people. That's.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so I guess this is it for this presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this conversation, for everything you said. It was very inspiring, I guess, for the audience, for the young people who are listening to us, to you, because this is your experience, this is your background, and there is a word that I keep in my mind. This is the passion, first of all. Passion, curiosity, dedication, respect in the work. And if you guys want to one day work in the animation industry in Montreal, just know that it is very possible. There is a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of schools. You can learn, you can experience different kind of projects in different kind of studios. There is a lot of opportunities. You just have to take them and try it, and you'll see maybe one day you will be on this seat talking about your experience in a conference like that. It's very inspiring. Thank you again, ladies. Thank you, Campus Party. And I think we are done for tonight.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't believe it, but we've reached the end of day 2 of Campus Party Canada 2021. Thank you so much, everybody in the room today, for coming. Thank you also to the people who are watching online. I really appreciated all of your questions and your engagement. Thanks so much to the amazing speakers who animated this stage today with so many amazing ideas. And of course to our partners, the Government of Canada, Gouvernement de Québec, Ville de Montréal, Service Québec, Bell, Via Rail, Power Corp, Tourisme Montréal. Thank you so much to the Palais du Congrès for hosting us in this space. It feels good to be out in the world again. The Blockchain Research Institute, ULISM, Montreal International, and to our community and academic partners. It was such a great day today, and I look forward to tomorrow. If you're tuning in Canada, just a friendly reminder that it's daylight savings. So it's going to feel like 11:30, but we start at 10:30. And tomorrow we've got another great lineup. Stephanie Harvey is here. Jerome Cloutier is here. Hilary Cartier is here. It's going to be great. So I'll see you all tomorrow. À demain.